Alright. The time is up, and it is finally time to begin our adventures today through Echo once more. And I did want to play something else today, but I'm really determined to finish up Leo's route and then see what other endings that we got. So, while we do that, I'm gonna wait for Face Rake to load up. Whenever it wants to load up. Oh shoot, I forgot to increase the frames. Oh well. There we go! There's the dumb leper wolf. And look at that! We got a green screen this time. Because my dumb leper self didn't know what a green screen was apparently. And I felt really bad, but I had to ask Taylor for help. So, yeah. I'm an absolute baboon. I actually got some new sprites, like some new follow sprites and a new sub sprite that I don't think will be put into any use in the future for now. But the follow sprites are a little bit broken. I'm still trying to find a way to get that fixed. But some other news that I have is that the set I did at Ferality Luma, I'm currently in the works of cutting them. I was actually in the works of cutting them before stream right now. So whenever I can fix that up, I'll definitely have to release them because I did say that I was going to release it yesterday. So yeah. Hey Rocky, how's it going? Welcome on in. The Blep welcomes you, buddy. Okay, but yeah, I've taken up a lot of time already. Let's begin. Oh yeah, and if you guys didn't notice, I moved the woofer down here. Since we have now almost plenty of space for us to do whatever. Because again, the green screen, I just managed to figure out yesterday. Alright, we're gonna turn the echo music down for now. Then we're just gonna let the actual echo game play its music for us. There we go. So yeah, I am really determined to finally get Leo's route done. So yeah, without further ado, let's begin. Okay, we're lagging a little bit. I gotta see this ending. I'm a little concerned as to why you're so excited for me to see this ending. I'm a little concerned. Okay, without further ado, let's begin. I don't know. Not right now. I'm not leaving Kutsu, so I'm gonna have to think of a way to get Leo to calm down. Okay, why am I lagging really badly? I'm mostly considering just staying separate from him until we can get out of here, but I don't want to tell Jenna that. She looks stressed out enough as it is. Now that I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if Leo's out there hunting for me right now. Odds that he's going to come here eventually. Maybe. Maybe he jumped the train already. That reminds me though. Oh yeah, we found our way out. Huh, really? Yeah, apparently a train goes through here once in a while. We're thinking we can hitch a ride on it. Jenna takes that in, and then she just nods. The silence drags out for a minute or two before I finally lean towards her again. Yep, that's a dumb leper wolf for you. It's okay, just sit down and relax for a minute. She does so with even more hesitance than the first time, sitting on the couch cushion like it might be a landmine. So, where were you these past few days, if you want to tell me, I mean? Janice stares at the floor, then shrugs. I don't really know. It's kind of a blur. I nod. Yeah, same. I guess it happened 3 days ago? I didn't remember, but waking up, but I don't remember, but everything was normal until TJ woke up. It was like he was at a trance or something. I wasn't sure what was wrong with him. I thought he might have been having a seizure. Then I thought he was in a psychosis of some kind. He left the motel and just started running, so I followed him. He ran all the way to the lake and I was sure he was going to go in. But then he just stopped on the shore and stared at it. I caught up to him and tried to talk to him, but it was like I wasn't there. All he could say was your name, Chase. Chase, where's Chase? I think he was looking in the water for you. Jenna looks right at me. I don't know why, do you? Of course not. I shake my head. I have no idea. Liar. The couch tilts, and so I sort of grabbed his shoulder to lead him back, away from the lake. But then he turned on me and he sort of just changed. The water changed that day. My head spins and I brace my paws against the armrest, trying not to fall over. He attacked me and he clawed me up. And for the first time, Jenna sticks her arm out and pulls back some of the fur where I see bits of crusted blood. You knew what water felt like. I had to run from him and he chased me for a while. To everyone else. And as I did, I realized the whole town was different. Everyone was different. Suffocating. I swallow hard, so... Is this like our inner thoughts, like, pouring out just slowly and suddenly? I swallow hard, gripping into the couch, but Jenna doesn't seem to notice, and Kutsu's looking at her. The humming in my head finally starts to die down. You say he's at Leo's. Is he okay? Did he explain what happened? I shake my head, but only for a little. I feel like I'm going to throw up. No, but he's been acting a little strange, I guess. I need to talk to him, make sure he's actually okay. Yeah, these are, most of these so far have been actual screenshots of actual places, but like, they've been filtered to make it match with the game, if you will. We will. Though I'm not sure if she'll find him okay at all. Except that one picture with like that one monster thing that was out in the desert. I don't think that's real. I think that was actually drawn. And then there's a few like other screens in the game where they're completely drawn over too. So what happened after all that? Looks like you were hiding out there. Kutsu gestures a paw at the window. Jenna covers her face with both paws, sighing deeply. That I'm not too sure about. After all, after I ran it all, just sort of become a dream. I only remember bits and pieces. Wait a moment, as Jenna seems to think. I remember I went back to the motel, I think, but then I saw something. Jenna pauses out, then lets out a little humorless laugh. A thing that I remember from my childhood. A monster, I guess. A monster? Yeah, like this thing. Jenna waves her paw in front of her face. Had a red face? I don't know, I thought I saw it in my closet a few times as a kid. Felt like it was chasing me. What do you think it was? Jenna laughs hollowly again. Oh, I don't think it's anything. It must have had its own little breakdown after seeing everyone else's. Jenna sighs deeply again, sitting back in the couch. That girl looks so real. Hey, I'm not cute. But how's it going, Dusky? Welcome on in. The Blep welcomes you. Jenna sighs deeply again, sitting back into the couch. But then you guys came along, and now I think everything's clear. Jenna leans back for a moment, breathing deeply, and for the first time, it seems like she's relaxing a bit. She turns her attention back to Kudzu. Hey, Kudzu, isn't it? Kudzu nods. Mind if I use your restroom? I just need a moment to collect myself. And pee too. An actual toilet would be nice. Oh, yeah, just right there. Kudzu points out a thin little white door between the kitchen and the living area. Thanks. Ah, thanks for the hugs, Dusky. And with that, Jenna disappears into the bathroom. Kudzu and I is still silent for a moment, listening to the sounds of running water from the faucet. Dusky, you are cute. I'm not cute. And I never will be. And never was. Well, I think now we have a reason to go back to Leo's house. I know he wouldn't be mad if he knows you found Jenna. I don't know about that, but yes, we're gonna have to go back with her. I'll talk to him first, in case he's still, well, out of it. Nope, I am not cute. Sorry, Dusky. I'm not cute and I never will be. And I never was. Because you tell lies. Again, thanks. I'm glad you're here with me right now. Kutsu rubs his arm awkwardly. I get panicky when things get physical, which they have a lot lately. I gesture at the cushion next to me, and after a moment of hesitation, Kutsu gets up from the recliner to sit next to me. I reach around him and squeeze him to my side. It's cool. Like I said, you saved my ass so many times at this point, it's the least I can do. I almost tell him that he'd been there for me more than anyone at this point. That feels a bit too much right now. Kutsu chuckles and leans back, his arm brushing mine. I didn't always used to be like this, you know. Huh? A fucking coward. Scrunch my muzzle up. I'll bap you too. Even though I don't have arms, Dusky, I will still bap you. Remember, I am an Angiwuff. I will bap anything. See, Kutsu is better for you. No, Leo is good. Leo is questionable right now, but I still believe that he has some good left in him. What? No way, you've been insanely brave. Kutsu shakes his head. Nah, you saw me at Duke's house when you got caught, and then down in the basement. Then when Leo tossed me out. Those are all great reasons to have been scared, Kutsu. You still faced all of it. Kutsu looks unconvinced. I don't know, Chase. After what Leo did, I don't think I was gonna come back. I shrugged. Well, then I'm glad I came after you, then. Kutsu's quiet for a moment, then he chuckles quietly, leaning his head back to stare at the ceiling. No, I am not cute. I am not cute, Dusky. You shush. What? Just, I moved to Echo to get away from stuff like this. Kutsu shakes his head. Now look at what's happened. It's fucking ridiculous. Dusky, I'm gonna heckin' bap you. I'm gonna hit you with the heckin' bappers. Like, people going crazy? That, and guns, and violence. Peyton isn't a rough city compared to the others in this country, but it has rough patches. I lived in one of those patches. I think you told me that when you moved here because there's less people. Kutsu sighs quietly. It's not the only reason. I lost someone a few years back. Needed a new fresh start, I guess. The silence drags out for a moment as I contemplate that. My eyes drift to the picture frames by the love seat, to the ones where someone had their arm around Kutsu. No. You're gonna get the heckin' bappers, and that's all there is to it. And you're gonna get hard bappers, too. In it, I see a hare, smiling just as toothfully as the raccoon next to him, a good head taller than his companion. But now look where I am. I snap my eyes back to the raccoon, not wanting to be caught looking. I don't know what to say, so I just settle with, we're gonna get out. Just gotta listen for that train. Kutsu has his eyes closed, so I lean back too. Despite all the shit going on outside, there's something really peaceful about being here. Next to Kutsu, this neat little trailer. We sit there a while and listening to the soft rush of running water. Okay, so there's also someone on my YouTube. They did end up saying that there are 3 endings for Leo as well. So oh boy, I'm not sure what type of endings that they're gonna be, but I assume that the other part of the ending has to do with like um, I guess it has to do with whatever you chose at the diner. So we're definitely gonna have to complete Leo's route fully and get all those endings. After a while, I look into the bathroom, realizing how uncomfortably full my bladder is right now. Jenna doesn't seem to be coming out anytime soon, though. Listen, I gotta take a piss. Again? Kutsu smirks at me. Well, yeah, it's been a few hours. I pee a lot anyway. Oh, yeah? Very good to know. Yeah, I'll be right back. Kutsu's joking demeanor suddenly drops. I don't know. I think we should stick together right now. Remember what happened last time? You want clarification on that? Yeah, if there are three endings to Leo's route, then I would like to know because someone on my YouTube said that there was definitely three endings to Leo's route. Also, hi, she Draxo. I'm hoping I'm saying that right, but yeah, how's it going? Welcome on in. Dumb Leper welcomes you. You want to watch me? Kutsu pauses. I'll stand in the doorway, alright? Just go by the side of the trailer. Ah, all the huggies. Alright, alright. One of the endings was in Duke's house on what the... Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know then. And then I assume that the other part of the ending, well, I guess what like affects this whatever endings that you go with it on Leo's route. It also has to do with the text messages. I'm putting my money on that. You shower after Beat Saber? Alrighty, Dusky. Hope Beat Saber was fun though. I head back outside while Kutsu hangs by the door. Just make it quick and again, yell if something happens. It's fine. I'll only be a few feet away. I hide a small smile at how mothily Kutsu's being right now. After everything that's happened, it's no wonder. I move around to the side of the trailer back into the darkness. Quickly, I unbutton and zip down my fly. I start to go when I hear some footsteps behind me. I look go over to my shoulder. Kutsu? What? And then two massive paws wrap around my body. I look down and get a glimpse of the thick... I scream and pull back into the dark toward the desert. I know who it is immediately. The smell is unmistakable. Oh no! No 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 no! No 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 no! No 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 no! Why? Why is he back? Why is he back? Chase! Kutsu's scream seems like it's only a few yards away. He's going to catch up to us and then I don't know what. Try to fight Brian off, I guess, but just as I'm thinking that, Brian picks me up off the ground and practically throws me. The next thing I know, my head is throbbing as the back of it knocks against something hard. My legs are all splayed upwards and my foot pads press against something smooth and cool. I hear more cursing and the sound of snarling. Kutsu? Then I hear the sound of a car door slam and I realize I'm in a truck, my feet press against a windshield. Brian's massive bulk squeezes in next to me and I feel the truck accelerate. The backside wobbles back and forth in the sand as it tries to find purchase in the ground. But then we find the road and I'm pressed against the seat as Brian slaps hard on the gas. No, Brian is bad. Brian is bad. I do not like him. He is scary. I scramble upright into a seated position, pressing back as far as I can against the door away from Brian. He doesn't seem to be paying attention to me right now with his eyes fixed on the road. My heart hammers in my chest. I can't even start to comprehend what just happened to me. Is this real? Am I dreaming? How did I end up fucking things up so badly again? Brian takes a hard turn and I almost tumble into him. In a panic, I kick my feet against the side, keeping myself upright and against the door. The big bear grunts and glances at me before fixing his eyes on the road. I quickly draw my feet back, pressing my knees against my chest as I hold onto the chair to keep it from falling over. I realize that Brian must have been waiting for me, waiting outside Kutsu's trailer for a perfect moment to grab me. I'd given it to him by idiotically skipping outside to take a piss, the result of which I can smell wafting up from my pants. I don't care though, everything is numb right now, my mind is racing, trying to figure out how I'm going to get out of this. My paw automatically reaches back to the my paw automatically reaches back to pull at the door handle. It's locked. My paw feels along the door looking for the lock. My fingers press over a small hole where I assume it should be, but it's smooth. It's like the little nut for the pop-up lock is missing, or it's been cut off. Swallowing hard, I keep searching and my fingers come across the window crank handle. I tentatively start to roll it down, but it's clear that I haven't thought ahead as Brian immediately noticed the drafty air. He lunges at me, one hand still on the wheel. I scream and dodge out of the way, falling into the footwell as I try to escape his massive paws. Why is he here? I thought like we shot him and then... Like I know that the bullet to the head didn't kill him, but... How? He doesn't grab me, instead reaching up for the handle and rolling the window back up. The truck swerves back and forth as he does, and for a moment I'm sure he's about to roll the whole thing with how fast we're going. He finally sits upright again. Do that again and I'll knock you out. And he still doesn't look at me. It's only then that I notice the stark difference his demeanor has now compared to the first few times I've seen him. There's no lust, no animalistic drive to fuck everything around him. Instead, there's a sort of desperation about him. I see his eyes dart around in the glow of the headlights, the fur all over his face matted down from sweat. Bears are strong skulls? Yeah, I would assume so. I sit there in the footwell, staring up at him, gripping onto the seat as my head knocks back against the glove compartment. After a few minutes of erratic driving and swerving, I gather my wits enough to speak. What are you doing? Brian's eyes flicker down toward me, then back up to the road before he shakes his head. He does it slowly, like he can't believe something. But he doesn't say anything, at least not for a while. Then after what could be from anywhere from 2 minutes to 20 minutes, he speaks. Can you tell me the truth, boy? I sit there quietly contemplating making a jump for his door, to open it and tumble out into the desert. If I wasn't injured badly enough, or I even survived for that matter, maybe I could make a run for it. What truth? What's going on in this town? Oh my god. I squeeze my eyes shut and let my forehead thump against the seat, but only for a moment since I want to be able to keep an eye on Brian. I already told Duke I have no fucking clue. You were there. Brian grunts as he continues to stare out into the windshield, clearly thinking about something. I can't help you or anyone here, Brian. I'm just trying to find a way out. That gives me an idea. Wait, I might know a way out to get out of here. If you let me go, I'll tell you. As soon as that comes out of my mouth, I wonder if I made a mistake. Brian doesn't need to let me go to get me to tell him what he wants. I'm alone here with him, and he can do whatever he wants to me, and I'd probably tell him whatever he wanted to hear. But he surprised me with what he says next. Escaping isn't going to fix any of this. We're all still going to see the same shit. I wait, but he stays quiet. It takes me another minute to work up the courage to ask. See what? You know exactly what! He screeches at me with his high-pitched voice, and the truck swerves precariously. I can imagine the tires sliding off the road for a moment before Brian corrects it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He says more gently, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Then he looks down at me. Don't you? I swallow hard, wanting to find the right answer, but unsure of what it might be. Like, when Duke saw something in the ceiling on the diner? That's the first thing that comes to mind. It's something that Brian saw with me. He lets out a cold guffaw. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Otter. That and every fucking thing else. The truck takes another hard turn, and I brace myself into the little well. The swerves and turns are becoming more frequent. I can't really see out the window, but I'm pretty sure we're headed into the mountains. Was that creature thing gonna attack us? Should I warn Brian? But we've all been seeing shit for a long time, even before this crazy shit started a few days back. Brian glances down at me once again. Haven't you seen this stuff here? My mind immediately thinks back to when I was a kid. I'd seen plenty of things, plenty of horrible things. But the psychiatrist had said that this was normal. That's something that kids hallucinate. I notice that Brian's not wearing his seatbelt, and I start to toy with the idea of grabbing the wheel. Again, I might be killed. It would be at least stop Brian from taking me to wherever he is that's taking me. Well, to wherever he's taking me. I might even be better to die. Maybe, but my parents, my friends, they haven't really seen stuff. Except Jenna, and now TJ and Carl are, after all this started. Brian grins with a crooked smile and missing teeth. Seems we only see shit if there's a reason to. I don't know what it is either, but what I'm seeing is a combination of a shitty experience and being an echo. The truck is slowing down a bit now as we start to taking sharper turns. Brian's calmed down at least, but it also means that we're definitely deep in the mountains at this point, the road having turned to gravel. When I was a kid in Peyton, I didn't see shit, even though I had a pretty fucked up childhood. My mom left me when I was 6 because my dad was a piece of shit, but you know that she was a piece of shit for leaving me with them. Anyway, you know where my dad told me that she gone? I don't say anything until Brian looks back down at me expectantly. Where? Brian cackles and sends a chill up my spine. The aliens had taken her. I press myself deeper into the well, wishing I could just disappear into the floor. I think he must have been drunk or high or both, but it stuck with me, you know? I nod, trying to keep the bear happy as he drives along the road so curvy that it seems impossible in my mind. Then when I was a teenager in 87 or so, I got myself a boyfriend. Well, more of a fuck buddy. We kinda hated each other. He talked too much, but he was a good fuck and the only faggot I knew. so I came here every other week or so to fuck him. But then something weird happened on my second or third trip out here. I remember the moon was red that night because of the forest fires out west, and I kept looking at it, and that's when I saw a saucer, like one straight out of a cartoon with the lights and a dome thing on top. I couldn't believe it, but but there fucking was, floating through the sky, and even it looked stupid as fuck, I knew. Brian takes a big wide turn and the truck slows down more and more until it comes to a rumbling halt. My ears ring in the silence as Brian continues to stare out into the night, the headlights lighting up his face. It knew I saw it, and it was fucking evil. I just knew it. Brian finally looks down at me again. That night and almost every night after, I wake up and I couldn't move and aliens would be around my bed. And there was this one alien that I knew that was my mom. She didn't look like my mom. She looked like an alien. But I knew it was her, and she'd do these things to me, sometimes in my mouth and eyes and the nose, but usually to my dick. Torture me, and it felt fucking real. Brian chuckles, still staring at me. Hey REJ, how's it going? Welcome on in. The Blep welcomes you. Also, if the volume is too high and it's starting to overpower my voice, then please let me know. Because I did go back on a few VODs and I did put the music up too high on one. And the last time we played Echo, the volume was pretty high. Brian chuckles, still staring at me. Fucked me up good, and I blame my boyfriend for it, for bringing me to Echo, because I was sure that that's where the evil came from. I outed him that year, and he had to leave town because of it. The massive bear shakes his head. Didn't stop the dreams, though. Brian puts the truck in park and shuts off the engine. We sit there in the darkness and silence, and even though I just emptied my bladder, I feel like I'm gonna piss myself again. Never told anyone that before. I don't say anything as I just breathe through my mouth, trying to make as little sound as possible. There's something fucked up with this town that makes us see things, feel things from our past or some shit. Duke told me about it, and how it's happened in a long fucking time, but he thinks that there's a way to fix it. Brian suddenly opens the door and jumps out. I've been waiting for this and finally anxiety. Yeah, I've definitely been enjoying the series as well. Like yesterday, or no, a day before, we almost completed this route, and I had to end stream early, so originally my plan was to play something else today, but I'm really, really motivated to keep going with Echo for today. He slams the door hard enough to make my ears pop. For about 5 seconds, I will myself to move, to run, to open his door and sprint into the night. My body refuses to move, and before I know it, the bear is yanking open my door and grabbing me by the wrist. If you help me out with this, we can be done with it for good. He pulls me out roughly. My legs are like rubber when he sets me on the ground, but he holds me up easily with his paws in my arms. Can you promise me to help? Then I'll let you go and we'll be free of the evil, okay? All I can do is nod dumbly. Alright. It's gonna be okay, Otter. I promise. Brian transfers his iron-like grip to my wrist and starts to pull me along. I stumble after him weakly, trying to not trip in the darkness. Brian stops next to me at the truck bed and starts to rummage around inside. I feel like I'm gonna pee again. What do you need me to do, though? Brian finally pulls something out and looks shiny and heavy. I open my mouth to scream, but that's when a burst of light comes out of one of the ends of it. It's a mag light. I stare at it, gaping stupidly. Brian sweeps the beam of light around. All around us is gravel, sagebrush, and some cacti. So, Brian took us because we were right outside Kutsu's trailer, and we needed to piss, and then Brian took us to some undisclosed location because we have no idea where we're at. I have no idea where we are. You see, even the story is saying we have no idea where we are. I need to get something, and it's in a place that's too small for me to squeeze into. I need your help to get it, okay? Okay, but what is it? Brian ignores me looking around. He seems to settle in on our direction and sets off pulling me along with him. Anyway, it makes me think. All these ghosts and UFOs and monsters and people see in the woods, I think they're all connected somehow. Yeah? I focus on trying to keep the bear happy, pretending to be interested in his ramblings. Meanwhile, we're not even on the trail, just pushing through thick brush and sharp rocks. Yeah, there are little bits of echo everywhere in this world. Some small like a house, some huge like a town. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. None of this makes sense, but I have to focus on getting away from the bear. I know I should have made a run for it back in the car, but there's no helping that now. We'll walk for maybe about 100 yards. As we do, the land starts to incline and become steep. Ryan even slips up a few times, and I'm worried he's going to fall on top of me. Each time he manages to catch himself, then yank me up after him. After a few minutes of huffing and puffing, we reach a bit of the outcrop with some large boulders. Brian lets me go and clambers up to the side of one, and before I can even think of running, he's turned around and grabbed me up by the scruff. I squeak as I'm lifted into the air, feeling like a pup again before I'm sit down beside the bear. Brian looks around, keeping a hold of my wrist as he does. After some stomping and looking around with his flashlight, he seems to find what he's looking for. He brings us to the edge of a boulder, then lifts me up again, this time by the wrist. I kick around for a moment before he lowers me slowly into the dark, spacious hole. I start to wonder if it's going to go down for a while, and I panic. I gotta go eat dinner, but I'll be back soon. Alrighty, Rocky, you go get the noms, buddy. You go get the good noms. Before my feet touch down on the soft, cold dirt, musty, cold air wafts from the black space in front of me. Immediately, Brian drops down next to me, snatching out my paw again. He shines the light into the dark patch in front of me, and I see what looks like a narrow tunnel burrowing into the side of the incline that we're on. What is that? Brian grunts and starts to pull me into the opening, but I pull back. Brian yanks me hard, and it feels like he's almost dislocating my shoulder. I yell loudly, "Shut up!" Brian hisses at me as he turns sideways to better fit into the tunnel. It's the mine, you idiot. What? I look back at the opening toward Echo, gently illuminated by the moonlight. I thought it was sealed. It is. This is a back entrance. Duke told me about it years ago. He said his family's known about it for decades. We push through for a while until we come to another tunnel. This one twice as wide as the one that we're in. Oh, hello. Aren't you an adorable cutie? No, I'm not. I am not. Only Wuskies are cute. It branches to the left and the right. Brian stands there for a moment, inhaling deeply as he looks around. Hang on, it's been a while. I can't help myself from blurting out. You don't know where to go? I expected to hit me or something, but he ignores me. Finally, he pulls me to the left. The idea of being trapped here with Brian, lost in a mine, is more terrifying than anything that's happened in the town so far. The air is so musty and dry, I feel like coughing and sneezing at the same time, but I try to hold it in so I don't upset Brian. We walk for another 10 minutes or so, taking a few more turns. I try to memorize the route, in case I'm able to break free, but after 5 or so branches I realize I can't remember the second or third. Brian suddenly speaks up, nearly making me jump in the darkness. After a while, I stop seeing aliens. His grip is tight, and I can feel the circulation to my paws cut off. It's like it's just a mass of pins and needles at this point. I'm not in denial. That's just the truth, Dusky. Now, I just see people. What kind of people? People you know? I try to keep Brian talking while I think. At some point, he's gonna have to let go of me again, and it's then that I'm gonna have to make a run for it no matter what. Kootsies probably saw which direction we drove in, and he probably went to Leo to get the car. But at this point, I doubt they're going to be able to find us, at least not in time. We went into the mountains, probably through some back road that none of us even knew existed. Then Brian took me through hundreds of yards of desert to find a tiny opening behind some boulders. There's no way they're going to find me here. I'm on my own. Well, I see just one person, but the person that changes every now and then. Ah, I love you too, Dusky, and thank you for the big hug. Brian pauses, looking into a narrow opening in the tunnel wall, even more narrow than the first passage. Okay, depending on who it was I last knew. Before I can figure out what he meant by that, I'm shoved hard, forced to enter the passage in front of Brian. It's just wide enough that I can walk straight, my shoulders nearly touching both sides. Brian, on the other hand, has sucked in and moved sideways, grunting and cursing out and making all kinds of noises. Brian's let go of me as he tries to pull himself through, though he keeps knocking into me to send me forward. I could try to escape, but I have a feeling that it doesn't exist ahead of me. In fact, I feel like I'm being trapped. I can't explain it, but I start to get a terrible feeling that something awful is waiting for me at the end of this passage. And then I start to smell something. It's old and almost covered up by the dust of mustiness, but it's definitely there. Sweet and sick. Something's rotting. It feels like ice water that's poured down my back and freeze, only to be given a shove by the bear behind me. I fall forward into a wider opening. The smell entombs me, and I know without looking that I'm surrounded by death. I lay there on the floor not moving, listening to Brian as he tries to squeeze through the opening. I can remember years ago that I was maybe 12, walking along the dirt road back home after hanging out with Carl. On the side road, I saw some roadkill, and just as I passed by, I could see the white maggots writhing through the fur. The smell of that single moment was almost unbearable, and I gagged and ran past. While the odor in here is a bit more faint, it's almost exactly the same. I hear Brian finally shift free from the exit, and he shines the light back down on me. Oh boy. I know I should run. I know I need to get the fuck out of here. I know I should be fighting like hell, because I know what's coming. Is this what it's like for people to get kidnapped and murdered? People wonder why they don't fight harder or run when they had the chance. I should have ran the second we stopped in the truck. But right now, it's like I'm stuck in ice. My frantic thoughts are interrupted as Brian grasps me by the back of my shirt and pulls me up to my feet. I'm not able to stand and just sort of just crumple down next to him. The bear grunts and just drags me along in the little opening that we're in, dropping me against the wall. As Brian fumbles with the flashlight, I get a glimpse of my surroundings. It's small, maybe about 15 feet long and 10 feet wide. It's narrow enough that Brian takes up most of the space, and I'd be hard pressed to get past him. I draw my knees up to my chest and hug them, feeling numb. God, you're such a useless piece of shit. I watch Brian leaning over something against the wall. It looks like two long, polished pieces of wood. Brian tips the flashlight down, and I see those pieces of wood are attached to a shovel and a pickaxe. Brian grabs the pickaxe, and for a heart-stopping moment, I think he's going to turn on me. But instead reaches into his pocket and pulls something small and rectangular. It's not until he opens it and shines his flashlight on it that I see some kind of small notebook. The bear looks at the notebook, then back up at the little cave that we're in. The silence is almost unbearable, and I feel the need to say something, if only to fill that silence. What are you doing? You know exactly what he's doing. Brian ignores me as he continues to search for something. I whimper softly in the back of my throat. Please. About to be murdered, and you just beg like a little bitch. Shut up! I can't help it as I hiss to my teeth at that goddamn voice. I don't need to hear it, especially now. Brian stiffens and turns around. What? I shake my head, squinting and unable to see his face as the bear turns the light on me. Nothing, I just... No, you were talking to something. Did you see someone? I don't know. I shut my eyes against the white light, and I only see blood red. Brian chuckles and my vision goes back to black as he takes the light off me. I was the same way as you. Let me tell you something, though. Ignoring it ain't gonna make it go away. Am I being turned into dirty talk? Ugh. Brian finally stops scanning the ground and crouches down. It takes me a moment to realize what he's looking at until he reaches down and picks it up. Smooth stone. Brian looks at it for a moment, thinking. Then he drops it off to the side and looks back down in his book. Daniel, 19, a ferret. He was the smallest, I think. Should be enough room. Brian shines the light back down on the ground for a moment, then seems to make up his mind as he sets the butt of the flashlight on the ground. It brightly lights up the ceiling, leaving us in a dim yellow glow. Brian eyes me for a moment, positioning myself so he can watch me while also doing his work. Crouching over, Brian starts breaking through the hard surface of the dirt with the pickaxe, grunting with each stroke. He can only do short little swings. The ceiling's too low for Brian to even stand up straight. At this point, the smell of Brian has almost overwhelmed the stench of death. I guess it's one of the few things I don't mind his smell covering up. Why aren't you at least trying to escape? Because he's in the way. Because you're a coward. Why the fuck are you talking to me now? I thought you left. I never left. You know that. You felt me even after you left the town. I shouldn't have come back. Probably not. I'm going insane. Brings back memories of my old life. I'm going insane and it's bringing me back to all the old demons. No, I think it's because you're in the mine. I think you figured out that it's the source of everything, haven't you? The voice I've been trying to ignore all week has changed. It's not vague or insidious anymore. It's more natural, like a real person. More like what you used to hear when I was a kid. Well, I was a real person. Sometimes I even doubt that I am a person. I chuckles and I feel the back of my brain itch. More like what do you call it? A simulation? It waits for an answer, but I don't want to talk to it. Oh, stop pretending I'm not there. You can feel me. You felt me looking over your shoulder since you got here. I let my head thump against my knees, closing my eyes. Oh, wait a minute. This voice that's in his head right now, that's the scary otter that we saw the last time, wasn't it? Well, really ever since Sydney. Just ignore it. But I can understand, even as I feel it though something is controlling me. It's the oddest thing. Hey! I snap my head up, jumping as I find the bear staring right at me. The hell are you mumbling? Nothing. Brian chuckles again and reaches across to the other wall, grabbing the shovel. He starts digging up the loose patch of dirt in front of him. Yeah, keep it to yourself, I guess, but like I said, you ain't the only one. Brian gestures me behind him with the thumb toward the ground. I look and see nothing except a few stones on the ground. After Rachel back there, things got way worse than the aliens for me. I saw her at night, crawling on my ceiling, peeking out from under my bed, staring at me from a window. Brian grunts as he digs the shovel deep, then lifts, turning a pile of dirt out to the side. So did Duke. Drove him crazy, turning him into a speed addict. Not that I mind, he was always my most reliable customer. The sick, sweet smell starts to grow again as it's starting to become overpowering. I feel like I should keep up talking, get him comfortable, and buy myself more time. Should you, though? Who's Rachel? Duke's wife. I try to remember what I know about Duke's marriage, aside from the fact that he isn't married anymore. I realize that I do remember Rachel, but just barely. She was only around while I was in grade school and was pretty nice as far as I can remember. Didn't he divorce her? Brian shrugs as he stops digging, resting on the handle. I guess he sorta did, but I mean she was dead by then. They wanted my stuff, but didn't have the money, so I cut him a deal to fuck for the drugs instead. I mean, I can't say I like bitches at all, annoying and whiny, but she let me go way farther than Duke ever did, so I mainly fucked around with her. Uh, then one day I guess I went too far. She died and we buried her right. Are you? No. We're not digging her up, are we? But I didn't see her right until after I buried her, maybe a week later. The bear shakes her head and laughs mockingly. You'd think that stopped me from doing it again, but you know, when the last breath came out of her, and she sort of shuddered on the table. Brian glances up at me. Blew my load without even touching it. You see why I do not like this character? I do not like Brian, and this is exactly the reason why. Brian pauses, because again, he is a really, really disgusting sadist. Because now, we just got info that he pretty much screwed someone to death. That is disgusting. Hey Darius, how's it going? Welcome on in. The Bluff welcomes you, but you've come at an interesting time. Brian pauses his sudden spurt of digging and looks up at me again. Probably wondering why I'm telling you this, thinking I'm crazy. But I don't know. Feels good to tell someone. You're like my own therapy, Otter. The bear looks back on down at the hole he made. The smell coming out of it is so overpowering that I'm on the verge of gagging again. I don't see her anymore though. It changes with each one. 7 stones. And it'll probably change again. And with that the bear comes at me. The space is so small it only takes him 2 steps. I scream and cover my face. Coward. I try to fold up into as tight of a ball as I can, but before I know it, Brian has me by the back of the shirt. He drags me over until I'm kneeling next to the hole. I can see it's definitely a grave now. You already knew. Because I can see the bones poking through the dirt, the bits of blue and white cloth as if it were clothes. No! You mean Daniel, the 19-year-old ferret? Just, I feel like me telling all of this to you and being nice to you so far. Maybe don't come back after me. Just move on. I feel Brian move around behind me, then press something cold on the back of my head. A gun. I guess Brian probably has plenty of those. I'm doing the town some good after all. How? I blurt out, my mind racing, trying to think of something, anything to get out of this. Brian does pause, though. How what? How is this helping anyone? Why are you doing this? A few seconds go by and I'm sure I'm about to hear the crack of the pistol, the last thing I'll ever hear. Then Brian sighs. Again, I feel like I should tell you everything so you know you won't have to come back and fuck with me. But Duke, he said all of this started when you came back. I told you I have no idea why. My voice rises in pitch as I start to panic. Duke had already tried to kill me even after we tried to convince him I had nothing to do with any of this. Not any of this? Are you sure of that? I feel Brian set his feet behind me and I can picture him getting ready to pull the trigger. I'm gonna die. This keeps happening, doesn't it? This hysteria. I'm sorry. Remember, this is for the good of the town. To me, it's like the town holds its breath, letting all the evil build up until it has to let it all out in one big go. Brian grips into my head for pressing the barrel of the gun into the back of my head. And you brought a lot of guilt and evil with you back to this town. Maybe that was enough to push it over the edge again. Rest easy. So in a way, it is your fault, isn't it? My eyes are watering and I don't know if it's from Brian's grip in my fur or if I'm crying. Please, help me. I say it to you. Oh my god. No! This game is breaking the fourth wall. Oh my god. Okay, look to the right. I glance to my right and see something standing in the entrance or a little hollow. It's faint either because of the dim lighting or because the thing itself isn't quite opaque. It's tall, white, and gangly, and its long fingers nearly touch the ground. Its face is heart-shaped, the whiteness of it interrupted by massive shiny black eyes on its face. It stands there motionless, watching us. I stare back open-mouthed. Brian must have taken notice because the next thing I know, the bear squeals. It's so loud and high-pitched that I wince. Brian lets me go just as the thing moves. It seems to lean forward and glide towards us, but the gliding is still to like film of half seconds missing from it. It flickers, seeming to turn transparent as it grows closer, the white fading to pink, then a bright red for a brief second before reverting. I'm frozen, kneeling as I watch. Brian backs away and promptly steps on the flashlight. The lighting careens sideways, and I look over to Brian's foot slip on the cylindrical flashlight before his rump comes down hard on top of it. Oh, light is extinguished and I can't see a thing or Brian now. I hear him though as he lets out another screech of pure fear like a wounded animal. I hear something else too. A voice that's also high-pitched, babbling something fast and senseless. It's like a tape recorder being rewound. Brian screeching impossibly turns up a notch and I instinctively move forward away from the horrible sounds as I pitch forward into the hole. The smell engulfs me and I can feel the hard knobbly things in the dirt around me. Where are we going? Just take a back road. But we're leaving the city. Yeah, well I live outside the city. You didn't tell me that. Let's just go back to the club. Alright, pull the fuck over. Let me out. What is happening? I said pull over. Who the fuck is a lock? You best not be doing that. Hey, get off me! I gasp and scramble out of the grave, gagging uncontrollably. Once I'm out and crawl up to my side, drawing to my knees again, the horrible screeching and bizarre babbling language continue, though the sounds from Brian are more ragged now. Occasionally the room flashes with light as Brian shifts around, but I face the wall not wanting to look. Get up. I curl tighter, just waiting, hoping that I wake up. You sniveling little shit. Get up. I press my face into the dirt. Trust me, there's far worse out there, and it's coming for you unless you get up and get out. I've given up. No, we need to get up. We need to get up. You force yourself up onto your knees and hands start crawling into the direction of the exit. The flashlight continues to be rolled around, giving you glimpses of where you're going. The sounds from Brian have stopped. Now it's just the mechanical gibberish that seems to be growing in pitch and speed. But you don't look back. You don't need to see that. The auto's already broken, though. Dude, we're playing as us now. This game is breaking the fourth wall. Soon you're crawling through the exit, and cacophony behind you is immediately muted. It becomes more and more faint until it almost disappears as you come out the other side. Once you're free, you stand up in the comparatively fresh, cool air. The main tunnel. You remember this place. You also knew the tunnels like the back of your hand. It's pitch black, but you feel it along the walls. You should be able to find your way out. You head to the right, down to the end of the main tunnel with your right hand dragging along the wall. Then when you feel an opening with your hand, you take a left, and then another right, and finally a final right that takes you out to the back exit. Nick had drilled the exit directions into your head far too many times for you to... Oh! Red eyes appear at the end of the tunnel and the last stretch. You freeze and observe. Things in the mines can hurt you far worse than things outside. Brian had just experienced that, but you're not sure. Is this one of the Otter's demons, or... No, it's something else. Something you're not quite seeing correctly. A friend. The lizard, he's warped. God. Don't scare me like that! Chase! I slumped to my knees, shaking uncontrollably as Flynn shines a light down on me. Oh, fuck, Chase, come on, let's go. Flynn yanks me to my feet, and the next thing I know, I'm stumbling after him. Out of the mine, and out of what I'm now completely convinced is hell. I sit in the passenger seat of Flynn's truck, feeling numb. I choose to stare out into the window, watching the desert rush by as Flynn tries to ask me questions. Where's the bear? I shake my head. Is he still in the mine? I think so. What happened? I don't know. It feels strange being back out here. Based Flynn. Oh my god, dude, that was horrible. That was horrible. Oh man. Well, while everything is definitely fucked up and strange out here in Echo, at least it makes some sense. The mine is completely different. It's chaos. That's the word. Chaos is an understatement. What just happened there in that mine goes far beyond my understanding of what just happened. Because they were having us play from the third person, I think. Or no, not the third person. Or I don't know. I don't know my terms, but they were having... We weren't playing as Chase anymore in that scene. We were playing as us. That is really creepy. Chaos. What? How did you find me? I look back at Flynn and see that he's staring at me closely, barely keeping an eye on the road. I went to Leah's house, found all of you guys there, except you, of course. Just waiting? I don't know how to feel about the idea of all my friends just sitting around with the serial killer had kidnapped me. Of course, none of us really knew Brian was a serial killer. Well, a lot was going on. Kutsu, that raccoon, is the one that told me you were missing. Leo, on the other hand, said you were fine, said he saw you around the house. What? Flynn shrugs. I have no fucking clue, but he was practically holding everyone hostage. Wouldn't give the keys up, so I had to take my own truck out here. Oh, so that truck in the cover screen is Flynn's truck. Okay. Because I was asking about it the last time. Is everyone okay? Hopefully. Jenna said that she'd try and keep him calm while I came and looked for you. How'd you know I was in the mine? Well, Kutsu pointed out the direction that you went. I drove up to the canyon since that's basically the only place that he could go. I saw where he parked and knew he'd taken you in there. But how'd you know about that back entrance? Flynn smirks as we come out of the curvy in Echo Canyon and onto a straight road to Echo. Does it really matter? Either way, I know a lot about the town. I watch Flynn for a while until he finally glances back at me. What? Where the hell have you been the past few days? Huh? Oh, in the town hall. You know, managing stuff. Stuff? Like everything going on? Tried to find you guys at the hotel at Carl's house. I didn't see anyone. Assumed you tried to leave. That answer is far from satisfactory, but I have no energy to dig deeper. So are we going back? Yep. Then what? Well, they were saying something about a train, so I assumed that we had to get out that way. Sounds like you already found out. Sounds like you already found out that you can't drive out. Yeah. We turn on the road to Leah's house, and I watch the house draw close. I can't help the growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. As soon as we step through the doorway, I'm engulfed in a combination of beige, gray, black, and white fur as I'm surrounded by my friends. Jenna, Carl, and Kutsu are all talking at once, asking me how I am, what happened, if I'm okay. Flynn puts up his hands. Guys, let him breathe. I don't think he's up for talking too much. Jenna and Carl step back, but Kudzu doesn't. He's got a hand on my shoulder, gripping it like he doesn't think I'm real. Hey, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. I should have let you piss on my fucking carpet instead or something. It takes me a second to realize what he's talking about. The thing that got me into Brian's trap in the first place. It makes me laugh a bit how earnest Kudzu would look compared to what just came out of his mouth. I also realize that I want to hug him really, really badly, so I do. I feel the raccoon stiffen up for a moment, then hug me back. It feels so fucking good to be in the arms of someone I trust. It seems to break through the numbness that I'm feeling, at least a little bit. Carl seems to take that in as an invitation to hug as well, and Jenna joins in. I don't mind, and I wish I could stay like this forever. Actually, I just wish all of this hadn't happened in the first place. It comes to an end eventually, and Kutsu's the last to draw back. I'm about to ask where TJ is when I see Leo. The wolf stands at the entrance of the hallway, his eyes on me and Kutsu. He's got a pillow in one paw, and his shirt is hitched over his stomach a little bit, like he just pulled it on. What are you doing? The room goes quiet, and the mood immediately changes. Carl, Jenna, and Kutsu all look weary. No one says anything. I clear my throat. I'm back. Brian took me to... Leo frowns. Back? No, you were in my room and asked me for a pillow. We were... Leo's glare turns on Kutsu. Have they been telling you to say this? Leo, no. The look in my former boyfriend's eyes is completely alien to me. I've never seen that look on him before. I guess I knew that the town or whatever all this is has gotten to him, but not completely taken him. Now I'm not so sure. Kutsu stands next to me, his shoulder in front of mine. Leo eyes him again before turning back to me. Chase, come here. I don't move. The room is completely silent. Chase, I said come here. Leo, what the hell? Leo ignores Flynn, his steely eyes on mine. Is he like possessed or something? Cause there was a thing that Brian was saying, like about the aliens and everything. Leo could possibly be possessed. The feeling of coming out to a safe place is completely gone now. Echo has seeped into a very part of my life, it seems, but I don't move and neither does Kutsu. Leo doesn't seem to know what to do. His face transforms from anger to confusion. Chula, you were just in the bedroom with me, telling me. Leo's an alien? No, he can't be! Leo can't be an alien! Not Leo. I was in the mine, Leo, with Brian. Leo stares. The silence drags on until a soft clicking noise comes from the kitchen. Everyone looks as TJ emerges, staring at us all with sad, lost eyes. TJ, what is it? There's another train coming. Oh, good. Hey, thanks for watching, TJ. I'm not sure if Jen is relieved because our ride out is coming, or if it's because it could distract us from the whole Leo situation. We all move at once, squeezing past Leo out to the backyard. He watches me pass him dumbfounded. TJ's right. In the distance I can see the lights on the train slowly winding its way towards us. At this point, dawn is just breaking. Somehow it's only been one night, even though it feels like it's been several weeks. Alright, for whatever reason that train is moving pretty fucking slow. We should be able to hop on it. The train wails in the distance again, much closer now. I thought I was gonna have to drive alongside it with you all in the truck bed, honestly. The train does seem to be moving pretty slow, but as it gets closer I realize it's not exactly gonna be a jog to run alongside it. I might be able to catch it at full sprint. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'll get on first along Kutsu. We're gonna pull the rest of you on, alright? Carl fidgets nervously. I don't know if I can run that fast. You will, now. I feel a paw on my shoulder and turn me around. It's Leo. Hey. Hey, what is it? I look back at Flynn, wanting to hear what he's saying. Listen to me. Everything you said at the house. Did you mean it? I will let Flynn shit talk to me if it means I could hang out with him for a day. I mean, I guess so. Flynn does seem like he's pretty cool, but he loses his temper a lot. Huh? What did I say? Leo looks impatient. What you said about loving me, wanting to be with me forever. You meant that, right? What? Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do me like this. Train is approaching. We have maybe a minute. What the fuck? Why are you acting like you don't fucking remember? Leo bristles as his teeth bares and his eyes are narrowing. Oh my god. Leo, let's get out of here first. I start to back away towards the others as they continue to discuss jumping on the train. No. Leo grabs my shoulder, looking me right in the eye. He makes an effort to calm down. His eyes are closing a moment before opening them. Then tell me now. Are you gonna stay with me when this is all over? We can talk about this when we get on the train. No, I want to know before. Dude, just get on the train first! Get on the train first! I see Kutsu looking out at us and he's about to head over. Just tell the truth. That's all I want. Oh, oh no! Why do you do this to me? Oh, why do you do this to me? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so I assume these are also going to... Unless if I'm completely wrong about this, but... These options here are going to determine this ending. I don't want to do it's over first. So, we'll go with... We'll work something out. We'll go with... I'm sorry. I am a huge simp for Leo, okay? I'm sorry. I promise, when we get on the train, we'll figure something out, okay? Leo watches me carefully, looking unsure. Kutsu's next to me at that moment, though, and he pulls me back toward the group. Come on, we're going now. Leo's eyes flash as he watches, his teeth are showing. I don't have time to try and console him anymore because the train starts pulling up. Run! Flynn shoves Carl forward and the ram takes off alongside the rails, looking over his shoulder at the train. The next thing I know, we're all running after Carl as the train catches up. I look back. Flynn waves both arms at the locomotive as it whizzes past, but if there's a reaction from the driver, I don't see it. I've just enough time to read the letters on the side of the engine. Prescott Railway before it's moving past down the tracks. I realize then that the train is quite short, maybe only 5 cars in all. We won't have many chances. Kutsu! Flynn points at the caboose and starts running beside it, next to 2 little steps that drop down at the very end of the platform. Gracefully, the lizard jumps, landing on his feet at the steps as his hands scramble for some kind of purchase. He finds it and pulls himself in, then the next second he's reaching out, holding onto a handle on the caboose as he grabs one of Kutsu's paws. With much more at ease Flynn had, Kutsu jumps onto the steps and pulls himself up onto the platform. Walking Dead memories, right? I pass Carl at this point, the ram already losing steam. He calls out after me in a hoarse, ragged voice. Ah, shit, I'm not gonna make the... Flynn grabs the ram as they pass and Carl hop skips onto uneven gravel, and for a horrifying moment I think he's gonna fall. But Kutsu leans in and snatches him up as well, practically lifting Carl up onto the platform. Jenna, who's right beside me, is next, reaching out to paw to Flynn. He grabs it, and Jenna easily jumps on over the 2 steps. I think it's my turn next, but TJ slows down abruptly and I move to the side to make room for him. Flynn grabs his arm and TJ hesitates several times before Kutsu gets a grip on him as well, and he's about to step up onto the first step. It's then I realize the train is picking up speed and I'm starting to slow down. I move up beside the caboose, seeing the Flynn's outstretched hand. Now that I'm next to it, I can see how terrifying this is. The wheels clack loudly in my ears, and I have no idea how I'm going to lift one leg while keeping up the speed. But I get a grasp on Flynn's hand, and I see Kutsu's paw reaching out as well. The train's going way too fast now, and I know I'll only have one chance at this. Wait, but what about Leo? I pull down on the hands and I lift my feet up to land on the last step. Once my feet make contact, relief floods through me. I can't help myself as I grin and take my first step up. Then I hear the sound of stomping footsteps behind me. I look back and see it's Leo running right next to me, snarling with every breath. I start to move quickly, wanting to be out of the way for Leo's turn, but that's when I see him already reaching out. For me. His ankle bracelet glints in the moonlight. I don't have time to think as the wolf grabs the back of my shirt and pulls hard. I hear threads pop in my collar as I'm choked. I lose my grip on Flynn and Kutsu. As I fall, I reach out and grab it onto the railing on the platform. In doing so, my legs swing under the train and I lose my grip. I hit the ground. No! I'm pulling violently with the train and unbelievable pressure squeezes me like my calves are caught in a vice. Suddenly the train lets me go and I come to an abrupt sliding stop in the gravel. I lay there stunned, feeling nothing, and then an almighty throb goes through my legs. I gasp and push myself up. I see my feet. I stare at my legs, see the end where the ends of my pants do. A dark, dark steam pulls out of the ground. I can't think. I don't know what to think. Chase. I look up and see Kutsu limping toward me. I wonder if he's missing a foot too, but no, he's just limping on it. As he approaches, I point at my missing feet, like maybe he'll have the answer to what just happened. Oh, fuck! Immediately, the raccoon jumps down beside me, reaching for his waist. He's undoing his belt, and I'm about to tell him now that it's not the time for that kind of stuff, but then he starts putting the belt around one of my calves. That's when he lifts the pant leg, and I get a glimpse of ragged flesh and... Oh, God. Oh, God. Leo, you fucking dumbass. Give me your other belt. I hear footsteps behind me. Take it up. Oh my God. I look at Dobbin regularly now, not even really hurting. I squint against the bright light of the bathroom as Leo flips it on. He turns the bathtub and I see a bright streak of... Then he lays me down in the tub and starts to wrap my stuff. This is not gonna fix us up completely! Our legs are gone! Like you said, we're gonna work something out. Easy to do that here in Echo when we started seeing you. Leaving on the train was too much. We're gonna go task. I step back and breathe slowly. What kind of fucked up ending is this? Holy shit, dude. Actually, what the fuck? Holy god, dude. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, we see Leo eyeless. That's beautiful. What the fuck? That was horrible. Well, Kutsu's dead! Leo shot him in the head. Li- So wait, did he like rip our legs off? I. Oh, that's right. Oh God. I don't want to even imagine that, but I can feel it now. You're a nugget. This isn't funny, Fire Tiger. This isn't funny. This is horrible. Oh God. Okay. Okay. You know what? Fuck you. It's over. Fuck you, dude. In fact, it's the absolute worst time for something like this. But looking at him, I can tell that this is the only time for Leo. No, Leo. Leo's eyes widen and he leans his head back just slightly, at the same time taking a step back. It's like I physically pushed him. After everything that's happened, I just can't. Leo seems frozen, watching over me, his arms hanging loosely at his sides. I hear the crunch of gravel next to me and Kutsu's by my side. Come on, we're going now. Leo's hand moves, then to his waistband. I have a moment to see him lift a gun from under his shirt, his eyes on Kutsu. My whole body moves automatically, stepping in front of the raccoon and raising my hands up to my chest defensively. Leo's already frozen his motion, though his gun in front of his stomach. Wait. What the fuck? What the fuck? I feel Kutsu grab my arm from behind, his grip so tight that it's painful, but I keep my eyes on Leo, waiting and watching to see what direction the gun might go in. But then it drops. First his arm, which hangs loosely by his side once more, then the gun, which clouds to the ground below. I flinch, expecting it to go off. It doesn't, and instead my ears are filled with the sound of an arriving train. His eyes are back on mine, and I watch his tears start to spill out. Come on, Leo, we have to get out of here. Kutsu pulls me back as I turn away from Leo and the town of echoes and rejoin the rest of the group. I look back. Flint. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is all the same. Then I remember Leo looked back, expecting to see him running next to the train. Instead, all I see is the brush and gravel rushing past. I look back toward the town and I can make out a small figure in the distance, exactly where I left him. Where the hell is Leo? I stay silent, but Flynn follows my gaze out toward the desert. Oh shit. At that moment, I'm not sure what I should feel. Probably relief? But what I do feel is an incredible wave of sadness, like a physical wave smashing into my body. Probably the same thing Leo felt when I told him. Some part of me knows that this shouldn't matter right now. All that matters is that we might have just escaped with our lives. But leaving Leo behind, someone I've known most of my life, someone who'd protected me, had been a friend to me, guided me through the worst parts of my life, someone who'd always emphasized togetherness and family, who'd always vowed to protect me and stand by my side. That very same person had just chosen to stay behind. While we're the ones leaving, he's the one that decided to leave us. As that solitary figure grows smaller and smaller, that idea hurts me more than anything else right now. After seeing Janice get murdered, after being tortured by Brian, and after being nearly murdered in a mine, the separation from my best friend is the knife being twisted into my chest. I sink to my knees, holding onto the railing, wondering if I should have stayed behind. Because the Leo I'd just been with isn't the Leo I really know. He needed help, and I just abandoned him. I should have stayed behind. Hot tears spill over my cheeks and stare at the metal platform. Fuck you. I say the words under my breath, but there's more rage behind me than more than anything I've ever said in my life. And they're meant for echo. Fuck you for killing Janice. Fuck you for hurting William. Fuck you for killing Duke. Fuck you for hurting Clifford. Fuck you for what's buried in the mines. Fuck you for hurting Nikolai. Fuck you for twisting my friends into something that they're not. Fuck you for hurting Cynthia. And fuck you for ruining my life. I sit there on my knees, sobbing hard like I'm crying for two people at once. I can't see Leo anymore, but the thought of him alone and probably hurting like me is too much. I don't know how long I cry for, but it feels like a long time. After a while, I feel a paw on my shoulder. I imagine the rest of my friends standing there, staring at me, but when I turn my head, it's only Kutsu. The raccoon is crouched next to me, his head turned towards me, a look that only can be described as understanding on his face. In a bit of a daze, I rub my face on my shoulder to clear my vision. I'm sorry. Don't be. Kutsu says it automatically as he rubs my shoulder gently. When I get up, the rest of them went inside. I stay crouched in there for a moment, watching the blur of train tracks in front of me as we continue through the desert. Give me a sec. My nose is all stuffy, so my voice comes out clogged. The tiny lights of echo on the endless expanse of the desert get smaller and smaller, and so too does the feeling of tension in my chest. And with the tension gone, the sad, angry presence in my head. He goes quiet again. It makes me feel a bit better, but each time I think about Leo, that knife goes a little deeper. Kutsu nods and squeezes my shoulder. After a few moments of silence, he speaks. You know that someone I lost a few years ago? I rub my eyes again and I nod. He was my boyfriend. I keep silent as I stare at the tracks, almost hypnotized. A strange feeling of wanting to jump tickles at the back of my brain, then fades slowly. One night we were walking along like we usually did, and we got mugged. We should have just given him everything, but my boyfriend of course stepped forward and confronted the guy, and got shot. I glance back at the raccoon with no idea what to say. Kutsu shakes his head like he's coming out of a dream. I'm just saying that I'm here. I might know what this feels like, you know? I cough a little to clear my throat. I mean, he didn't die. Kutsu shrugs. Breaking up can feel like that sometimes. It's a lot more than that. It was all of that. I wave in the direction of the town. It just feels like I lost him right when we got away. We're gonna get people to go back for him. Yeah. I let out a big breath before slowly standing up, my knees popping as I do. Kutsu stands with me as I lean against the rail and chooses not to look out at the town. After a moment, I turn around to face Kutsu, and then I'm hugging him. There's no hesitation this time as he hugs back. I let myself lean into him, letting him support me, feeling the fur in his neck poke through mine. We stay like that for a good 5 minutes, vibrating along with the train. Finally, I pull back. Alright, we should probably go in. I don't think it's all that safe out here anyway. Without letting go of me, Kutsu opens the door and guides me inside. My friends are all sitting in little seats in the dark, swaying along with the train's movements. Carl sits closest to us and he looks up at the sound of the door. Hey, Chase, you okay? I laugh. No. Carl smiles sadly. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're fine, man. I see Jen and TJ together on a seat together. A seat further along the wall and Flynn sits opposite them. Further still, a small shape sits leaning against the opposite end of the caboose, curled up on the seat. It's Clint. Flynn occasionally glances at him, but the polecat doesn't seem interested in coming close to us. Kuzi guides me to the seat next to Carl, and I make room so the raccoon can sit next to me. So, where do you think we're going? I feel Carl twitching against me as he sits there hunched over. Anywhere's better. As long as it's not in hell, I guess. Kutsu's arm goes around my shoulders automatically, and we sit there in silence for what feels like a long time. And I don't mind it. I wouldn't mind it if this were the rest of my life, honestly. For the first time in several days, I feel calm and safe. Soon enough, the darkness of the caboose is illuminated with the occasional flashes of light. Flynn looks out the window. Peyton. With a grating screech, the train starts slowing down. I'm a little surprised. I guess I should have thought the train wasn't even real, and I guess we're just going forever. But now it comes to a slow, stuttering stop. We all sit in the dark, quiet and listening, and then Flynn stands up and opens the door. Soft orange light spills inside. What the hell? Out of the doorway, see rows of train tracks occupied with other boxcars. Someone moves into view. It's an older-looking fox in overalls. He stares up at us like we're aliens. Where the hell did you come from? A moment of silence that goes by before Flynn clears his throat. We're from Echo. Oh shit, wait. Wait a minute. It wasn't even Saturday. Yeah, Mom, I promise I'll call you in an hour. No, I'm not. We're not staying the night. I promise. Wow, Mom. Alright, I swear. Love you too. Bye. I hang up and drop my paw into my lap, sighing loudly. Kudzu laughs. Everything okay? I rub my eyes. Yeah, I guess. She's just worried, obviously. Kudzu reaches over and sets his paw on my knee, squeezing briefly before returning to the steering wheel. I can still turn back, you know. I take in another breath and hold it. It's tempting. It might even be a better idea to just let the past die. But now I'm leaving the area for good. I want to see it one more time. The town and Leo. I let the breath out. Nah, I need to do this. I've thought about it for so damn long that there's no way I'd forgive myself for backing out now. I need closure. Alright, but if he gets weird at all, I'm taking you the hell out of there. He won't. He's back to normal, as much as any of us can be anyway. Hmm. But I told him that it's only going to be there for a little bit. That we're just driving through. I look over at him. You want to stay in the car? I was planning to, unless you're planning on going inside. No, I'll stay outside. Alright, but I'll be watching in case you two try anything. Yeah, right. It's been 2 years. That's not very long. Hey, I know Leo. He's not the person well, last saw. Yeah, I know. I feel my stomach tighten as I suddenly realize we're driving past the lake and onto Main Street. It's completely abandoned, but when we pass the motel, the windows are all boarded up and the parking lot is filled with more cracks than I remember, but I'm hit with a wave of familiarity. Uh, fam- I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Familiarity all the same. Standing in the parking lot are two people. Pointing at the motel is a large black bear. In front of him stands a canine with some kind of video camera. Kutsu snorts but doesn't say anything. At first I feel a spark of anger at them for probably seeing the whole thing as morbidly fun adventure, not even having the slightest idea of what sort of hell the town went through. And then I remembered that I had done the same thing. Granted, it was many more years removed, but still the same. Oh wait, are we like, is this like a few years later? We turn onto Leo Street and my stomach tightens further. Kudzu glances at me. Hey, can I get a kiss before you talk to your ex? Eyes on the road. Kudzu leans over, very deliberately, keeping his eyes on the road as he tries to turn his face towards me. Okay, so this is... Okay, I give him a quick peck on the side of his muzzle and he laughs. I try to laugh as well, but it gets caught in my throat and I see that old house. And there waiting in the driveway is Leo. Hey, how's it going? Leo cheerfully greets me as I open my door. It catches me off guard a bit, his mood being so different from mine. Hey Leo, what's up? Leo has his paws shoved in his pockets, but he still manages to shrug. Not much. You? Not much. Leo ducks his head and looks at Kudzu. Hey, Kud, you alright? Kudzu awkwardly answers from behind me. Yeah, I'm okay. There's a moment of silence as I try to think of what to say or do. I hadn't expected Leo just to meet me outside. Did you want to come in for a beer or something? I'm actually driving for the next couple hours. Yeah, we were just stopping by for a minute. Ah, okay. Leo's smile falters a bit, then shrugs again. Well, want to go for a walk then? Stretch your legs. I look back at Kudzu, but he doesn't say anything. He just give me a hint of what he's thinking. He's leaving the decision up to me. Yeah, sure. Leo ducks his head again. You want to come, Kud? Kudzu hesitates, then shakes his head. Nah, you two go ahead. I prefer the AC. Alright, cool. Stretch your legs. Shut up, Rocky. I don't need to be reminded of that. I don't need to be reminded of that. Feeling just a little tension between the two of them, I quickly jump out and shut my door. I look over at the rail yard, which is in full view of the car, and point. Want to walk over there? Sure. So you've just been hanging out here for the past 2 years? A little bit. Spent a lot of time with my parents. I'm moving back in with them right now, actually. Oh yeah? Yeah, it sucks, but honestly, I can't stand all the vultures scavenging around for stories here. Sounds like it, but at least you'll be around some other people, right? Yeah, it's officially a ghost town now if you haven't noticed. I look out over to the rest of the town toward the motel and convenience store and all the tiny houses and trailers in between. Not a single person. I actually visited Carl once in a while over the summer. Leo nods up toward the mountains, and I see Big Mansion glinting gently in the sunset. That's cool. I hear he's been doing pretty good stuff at the school right now. Good. Are you going back to school? Meh. I shrugged my shoulders, walking up to the train tracks, straddled the steel rails. Not in Puebla since we're moving up a couple of states, but probably eventually. There's a lull in the conversation as we both go quiet. I look around, wondering if this was the spot where we hopped the train. A train that turned out to be an old engine and caboose on its way to Payton, where it was then transferred to a train museum. It had been traveling a gentle 10 miles per hour to keep from derailing out the old tracks, slow enough for us to catch. It was the last of the 3 engines being transferred that night. Just a few hours, the emergency services went in and recovered what else was left in the town, including Leo. I still wonder if we even needed to hop the train, but I guess I was escaping more than just the town. I looked back at Leo. Hey, are you okay? Huh? Leo looks up from kicking around some rocks. I mean, I scratch my head vigorously, trying to think about how not to say the wrong thing. Have you been doing okay? You happy? Leo smiles. Not really. Are you? I think back to the past 2 years of nightmares and panic attacks and breaking down into tears out of nowhere. How just a few hours ago I dropped to the ground in a grocery store in Payton just because someone dropped a jar of jam. Kudzu had been there like always to help me back up. I'm managing. I can't cope with this. Oh, that voice is back. It's a process. That's good. Are you managing? Leo chuckles. I'm just living. Are you getting help? Like professional help? Yeah. No. Oh, well, I mean, it can really help. I like to do things on my own these days. Leo looks back toward the car, Kudzu barely visible through the windows. People can help. You don't have to do everything on your own. I think it's best if I stay away from people for now. I noticed the ankle bracelet. Oh, that's right. I didn't notice that. I looked back down at the tracks. Listen, I'm sorry about everything that happened. I wish we could do things over, even before what happened here in Echo. Leo looks at me for a moment, a sad smile on his face. The last 2 years have been hell for me. I cried myself to sleep every night thinking about you. I feel my face flush with embarrassment and for some reason, shame. But last month for the first time it stopped. I stopped thinking about you every hour. I stopped thinking about what you might be doing, about how he might be treating you, about whether or not you're thinking of me. Yeah, I still think about you sometimes, and when I do, I still cry. But now it hurts less. So yeah, I am doing better, Chase. Oh, well, that's good. I have no right to feel a little sad, but I do. I'm sorry, Chase, for not protecting you the way I should have. For trying to control you to do all that shady shit behind your back. Whatever the fuck was in this town made us go all crazy, and I realize it twisted up my thinking. But those thoughts were always there. Echo just brought it up to the surface. So I'm a shitty person, and you made me realize that. I'm sorry I brought you into it. Just know I really did love you. Leo looks over to my shoulder at the car again. Anyway, you should get back to Kud. He'll take care of you, and I hope you'll take care of him. Okay? My mouth hangs open a little bit, but that snaps me back to reality. Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. I start walking back to the car, but Leo doesn't follow me. I pause. You want my new number? I mean, we could talk. No. The surprised look on my face makes Leo laugh. It's a real laugh. Kinda sad, kinda happy, but real. That wouldn't be good for either of us. So, we're just saying goodbye forever? The old knife in my heart starts twisting again. Leo shrugs. You never know. I stand there 10 feet away from my first boyfriend, my first kiss in this very rail yard. My best friend. But hey, if you ever drive through Payton again, I'm always open to have another chat. Maybe you'll catch me in a better place. I will. I say it immediately and Leo smiles back at me. So, I'll see you again someday. I look forward to it. Alright. Goodbye then. Goodbye, Chase. Walk to the rest of the distance to the car and open the passenger door before getting in and sitting down. With the door still open, I look back one last time. Leo stands there, paws still jammed in his pockets, his fur outlined with orange and gold light from the setting sun, highlighting his head fur like a halo. I take it in for a moment, then I wave. He waves back, and with that, I close the door. Oh. Why is the story so good? Man, now this is making me simp for Leo again. This has lyrics. Who made this song? Like, I know that we're going through the credits right now, but still. Wait, Leggy? Wait, you mean like Leggy who made this music? I'm gonna have to go to the credits again, like rewatch the whole VOD, but... Oh, man. Oh, Bug Boy too. Bug Boy made the Echo song, like the lo-fi Echo tune. Look at my message. It's called Blurry? Okay, I'm gonna have to save that then, because this sounds really good. Oh man, though. Every time you simp for Leo, I'm just gonna say one word. Leggy. Oh! But, oh man. Like, at the same time, I feel really bad for that. Because, like, you know, like, he got the help he needed. But, you know, this is, like, our last goodbye to him. Oh. But, I mean, I guess it's better... I guess it's better than getting our legs chopped off. Yeah, it was messing up everyone's head. Okay, but this one screen right here, I absolutely hated this screen in Leo's route. I hated that scene. Including these scenes. These scenes with Brian were absolute torture. Okay, Oh, we were on Sunday. Okay, so... Okay, so... Hold on a minute. I'm gonna go through some of our older saves. Because I did hear that there is a third ending to this, so I'm just gonna make sure. And then we'll move on to Jenna, but still, I try to ram my elbow back onto the bear's crotch, but he's not quite that tall. Instead, I get him just above his balls and get no more than a grunt out of him. He still misses the gun though and falls back to the ground with a loud clatter. Kudzi bends over to pick it up, but Brian's already kicking at him again. This time it connects with the raccoon's face. That relationship was dog shit even before the corruption. I mean, I guess so, but still. I mean, it definitely does change my opinion on Leo. I jump after the gun as soon as Brian does. We reach it at the same time, and though I'm able to grab it first, Brian yanks it from my hand easily. I lay there in front of Kudzi, realizing I've just missed our only chance. There's a soft click behind my head. The safety. No! I start to see what? Oh, we died. We got shot in the head. That was it! Okay, so that ending, we end up getting killed for that. We just get straight up get a cap put in our head. So I guess what happened was, if you decide to help Kudzu out in that one scene with Brian, down in that basement, and thankfully I made the right decision the first time by not helping out Kudzu. Brian picks up the gun first, I think, at least from what I got from that, and then we get shot right on the head, which instantly kills us. Okay, so wow. Oh, these were our autosaves. Okay, so these are our autosaves. Okay. Um, let's see. Who do we go with next? Because there's some people saying TJ, and then there's some people. Wait, not TJ. Or no, yeah, there was one for TJ, and then there's one for Jenna. So which one do we do first? Or no, wait. Jenna's technically next. Like I am interested to see like Jenna's route too. Oh man, but I still can't get over that ending with Leo. That was crazy. If you play TJ's route, you gotta play Flynn's afterwards. Things come together. Things come together more when Jenna's is last. Hmm. Because the order that people have been telling me to play this by, which, I've been following, and, I've been making my own choices with these stories. But what people have been telling me was Carl, Leo, Jenna, TJ, and Flynn. That's the order that people have been going around. Oh man. It hold on. How do I do a poll here on OBS? The echoes in the Echo Discord generally goes with the order seen in the lake selection. Oh, Carl, Leo, TJ, Flynn. Ah, Flynn and Jenna are both good ways to end off the game. But which one do we go with first, though, is the thing. Because now I'm having trouble. Because I'm curious, like, what Jenna's route offers, but then I'm also curious on what TJ's route offers. Like, personally, I want to do TJ, but at the same time, I also want to go with Jenna as well. Wait. Oh. Oh, I thought that his pants were clipping there, but I'm stuck now. TJ is my least favorite. It's so sad. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he has the least days. Oh wait, no, he doesn't. Jenna also has 5 days. Hold on, how do I do a poll here on OBS? TJ is also the shortest route. Hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna like count this up right now. So, okay. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let you guys say like what route that you want me to go with because I'm actually really stuck on which route to go with now. So, depending on how many people that we've got, how many we got? We got like I think 7 people here. So, depending on how many votes that we've got for any specific character, we'll go with that route. How about that? Okay, so we've got one for TJ. We got two for TJ. Definitely not Flynn's next. Okay, we got 3 for TJ. Shush, Dusky. Okay, we've got 3 for TJ. And I'm not seeing any votes for... I'm not seeing any other votes for the other characters, so... I played Flynn as my first route. Okay. So, I think our vote is pretty clear. We're gonna be doing TJ next. And then we'll be doing... after that, we'll be doing Flynn's, and then we'll do Jenna's. And now I'm not cute. Holy crap. Hold on. May 23rd. That is when we started this game. It feels like so long ago now. I won't be watching. Rocky, stay with us. Come on, let's be depressed together. Let's be depressed together, Rocky. Come on. I'll hook you up with memes later if you go with that payment. TJ's my favorite. I know, but still. You gotta tease me somehow. Let's see. I'm really worried about TJ. He's a sensitive guy, and after tongue lashing like that from someone like Flynn, I can't imagine what state he's in. It feels so long ago since we played like this save. Which technically it is because it's been like almost a month already. I don't see him anywhere as I scan the area, but I do see some trees and bushes further up the riverbank. Since there's really no other place to hide, I assume that's where he's at. Sure enough, I see him, but immediately he's sitting down, knees drawn up, his arms folded on top of them. He's got his forehead resting on top of his arms, staring down at the sand between his legs. I stand there for a moment, wondering if it would just be better to leave him alone. After a few seconds, I finally decide to sit down next to him, cross-legged. See you later. Alright, Rocky, you take care, buddy. If this route is really as sad as you say it is, then boy oh boy, I am prepared to be sad. My first word is Flynn, TJ, Carl, Leo, and then Jenna. That's a real. I I probably would have gone with Leo first, had I known that there was going to be like a specific order on how the game ran, or like there was like a meta order. This is gonna be fun. His ears flick in my direction as he turns his head to the left, away from me. I notice a few wet spots between his feet. Maybe he just wants to be left alone now. Uh, Hold on, Oh shoot, Rocky already left. Oh wait, unless if he didn't. If How many endings are there for TJ? Hey Smooth23, how's it going? Welcome on in. The Blep welcomes you. So it's the same thing with Flynn then. So there's, I mean, I think Flynn also has only one ending too. So yeah. But yeah, we just completed Leo's route, and boy oh boy, that bad ending is really something else. Okay, good to know. I'll keep that in mind. I decided I need to break the silence. Hey, TJ. He doesn't say anything or move. You know how Flynn is. He's a dick. Again, silence. Yeah, I did get the good ending too for Leo. And then the one other ending that we got from the basement save, which thankfully, me being a really, really picky not picky, I wouldn't say picky bastard, just a picky blepper, I decided to make a save point there. I think pretty much like with every single choice that pops up in the story, in this game, I just make a save. Everyone knows he's a dick. No one's mad at you. He does move, then sliding his legs out straight and then leaning back on his paws. He's still looking away from me, rubbing his face on his shoulder. Hey, you want to go back and eat? Finally. I can't believe he did that. In front of everyone. I'm not sure what to say, so I stayed quiet. After a minute, TJ finally turns his head, looking to the river. The wind picks up, reflections from the river highlighting motes of dust that swirl up around us. His face fur is a bit mussed up, spiked up in a few places from being wet. It's an unusual sight to see his fur unkempt. I mean, what the heck? TJ, unable to even curse, even though it would probably be the best thing for him. He adjusts his legs to sit cross-legged like me and wipes his face again. Did you know what he was talking about? I take in a breath, unsure of how I should approach this. I think so? TJ's ears lower. Listen, no one else thinks anything happened. We were so little, especially you. I mean, I can't believe he's doing this. I trace a claw through the dirt, drawing some wavy patterns as I try to make sense of all of this myself. I think just because he was such good friends with Sydney, and he just wants more than the truth. I look sideways at TJ. He's just sitting there looking at the ground. And I guess you were the only one who saw him and saw what happened, so he only has you to go after. I saw him drown. I don't say anything, but I feel myself cringe inwardly. Pretty soon tears are running down TJ's face, but he doesn't bother to wipe them away. He's not just sad, though. He's angry. I can hear it in his voice as it goes on. I saw Cindy drown, and Flynn thinks he's the only one that hurts? He thinks that he's the only one that feels like he's in a nightmare? Well, maybe. His voice cracks and he looks away from me again, wiping at his face. Maybe I haven't told him everything because I don't want him to have those images in his head. TJ takes a moment to steady his voice, working to get his breathing back to normal. I just wish I could go back to that day. TJ, there's nothing you could have done. I know my words are meaningless crap and I hate myself for saying them, but I have to say something. Not one of us would have been able to do anything if we were there. You would have. Well, besides, I already know I couldn't have saved him on my own. This isn't what... TJ takes a moment to wipe his face again when he's done, and he doesn't go on. We sit in silence for a long while, and after that I adjust myself so I can lean back against a rock behind me. I pat the ground. Sit next to me, Teach. He's calmed down for the most part, and after a moment he does crawl over to sit by next to me. He does crawl over to sit by me. I pick up a few pebbles and toss them into the river. Remember when we used to call it Seesaw River? Yeah. He leaves it at that, so I drop it. I rest my head back and close my eyes, only then realizing how tired I am. In some way, I can see why Flynn is so suspicious, or at least why he believes there's more to the story. There clearly is. But while I do want TJ to tell me more about what happened, I could never bring myself to ask him. I honestly feel like if I ever want to help him with his past, I should probably come to terms with it myself. I crinkle my brow, toying with the idea of going back. It's something I actually avoided thinking about. We all do. But like Jenna said, maybe talking about it, thinking about it, might actually help. I dig my fingers into the pebbles on either side of me. The images come into a quick flurry like someone cycling through a Viewmaster too fast. The sky's getting cloudy, the air is crisp. Autumn. TJ sitting in a daze, Jenna running back to town, Flynn pulling me into the water. Me, grabbing onto the next scruff, pulling back to shore. Carl's sitting on a rock, bawling, and Leo starts trying to do compressions. And Sydney just stares. Sirens, the helicopter rotors, adults are everywhere. I'm home, and Mom's holding me. Dad puts on my favorite movie, and I watch. But still, Sydney stares. I don't think we've ever seen Sydney, huh? I open my eyes again and the world is blurred. The light reflecting off the river makes me squint. I rub my eyes with the back of my paw and it comes away wet. My chest hurts, and so does my head, throbbing and buzzing. I look over and luckily for me, TJ's leaning back with his eyes closed like I was. If revisiting that day is so horrible for me, I can't imagine what it's like for him. I decide right then and there that I'm not going to press TJ on what happened. If he wants to tell me more, he'll do it on his own accord. I kinda want to swim again, but at the same time I don't. That day really fucked up my view about water. He's ruined the whole trip. TJ speaks suddenly and I look over at him. Flynn? No, he hasn't. TJ does finally look at me, and I'm struck by how disheveled and sad he looks. I feel anger bloom in my chest, all of it directed at Flynn. What a selfish prick, thinking he had the right to ruin everyone's good time because he felt like shit. Here right now, I'm pretty sure I'd punch him right in the gut. Listen, we don't all need to hang out to have fun. We had fun at the park. It was just me and Carl, remember? If Flynn wants to be a douchebag, then let him. We'll do our own thing. TJ sniffles and I see his tough ears perk up a little. Didn't you want to go hike the trail? He smiles at that and looks at me. You didn't want to hike, I could tell. I grin. That's because it's so freaking hot. But seriously, we didn't come here to just lay at the motel all week. And we can bring water. Just dump it on yourself every half hour. That's how I manage, along with taking plenty of breaks. Wow, how long has it been since I've heard this specific theme play an echo? This is like... It's bringing back a few memories here and there because I remember like booting up the game for the first time. This song was like one of the first few that popped up. TJ leans back and spreads his legs out. I can see he's starting to get excited at the prospect of hiking. That makes me feel better. Well, if you're able to do it, I guess I shouldn't complain. I look over at his fluffy form, but by itself, it's not to make me sweat even more than I am already. You know, I always thought you'd go back after you graduated high school. Huh? The Great White North? I say it dramatically, nodding upwards as if that's where it is. Your parents did. TJ's family moved to Echo when he was only 6 from a small town called I can't say that. If anyone knows how to pronounce that, then please tell me. His dad got a job in Echo to survey the land, or did something with the wildlife. I can't remember exactly what it was. Eee! All the hearts. Oh, well, I don't really remember it, but I might after I graduate. They have some nice things up there that sound really nice. Free healthcare? That, I guess. And snow. For a moment, I wonder if snow is to a lynx as water is to an otter. A lot of snow did sound kind of exciting to me, though. Here, we'd be lucky to see a single dusting of it a year. So, you serious about hiking with me? Of course! I'm gonna bring some of my equipment, too. I think I want to get some shots of the canyon. Okay. He waggles his furry feet back and forth, and I hide a grin at his enthusiasm. I completely forgot too the reason why we were here in Echo was literally for a school project. Like, I've just been so captivated in the horror factors of all this that I've completely forgotten about that. Alright, so we're gonna have to get up around 6. Oh, I want to be able to make it to the canyon for lunch when we can rest for an hour or two then. You can tell how excited TJ is by how much he talks. Well, if anyone's good at planning things out at a ridiculously meticulous level, it's TJ. We sit there for another 20 minutes or so and just talk, mostly about school and what our plans are once we graduate. I didn't do my project, a bear kid. No! No. I promised TJ that we'll meet up again before I do. That's when I get a text from Jenna asking where we are. I stand up brushing off my pants before reaching down to help TJ up. Well, we better go back. I guess they're all wondering where we're at. When we get back, everything's packed up in the van, along with Carl and Jenna. Leo's leaning against the van, waiting for us, his paws in his pockets. He looks at me, then over at TJ, obviously trying to gauge in his mood. Everything good? Yeah. TJ answers before I can, and whether or not he is actually okay, he sounds happy enough. Well, alright then. We get in the van at that point. No one's saying anything as we make the short drive back to the motel. As we get out, Leo tells us he's going to have a word with Flynn, and despite the spoiled afternoon, we still had stuff to do over the week. I'm not too convinced myself that that'll happen. I am convinced that it's going to be awkward as fuck if we do. Leo leaves for work at that point though. Carl does end up coming in with us in the motel room. The rest of the day is pretty uneventful. We watch a few movies and go to the diner for dinner. Afterwards, we just sit in the room and talk. Carl filling us in on how things have been in the town for over the past 3 years. It's not long before the conversation drifts back to Flynn and his outburst. I think he's just antsy because he's realizing how shitty it's been without you guys. Trust me, he's already kicking himself for it right now. Even if he doesn't, even if he isn't, a tongue twister. Even if he is, it doesn't mean anything unless he apologizes. Ah, you know how he is, Jenna. He's sorry even if he won't say it. I don't care. He's gonna have to realize that none of us have to put up with him anymore. Hey, why don't we all get some ice cream? I've been wanting to go to Ray's ever since we got here. It's hard to tell if TJ is just trying to change the subject or if he actually wants ice cream. Probably both. If you want to drive half an hour to Peyton, sure. What? Why? They moved it there. It sucks. I haven't had the rocky road for a year now. Aww. Well, let's just stop by when we go to Peyton next. I assume we aren't staying in Echo for the rest of the trip. Ooh, Chase, can you take us? I just smile at him from my spot on the couch. Sure, why not? Yes, I love the cookie dough. TJ, I like your style. Cookie dough is also one of my favorites for ice cream flavors. What about you, Jenna? Jenna's busy looking at her phone. Huh? Well, I've always enjoyed the butter almond. It's hard to find that flavor anywhere else. TJ looks at me and I open my mouth to answer, but for a moment I draw a blank. The memories of Ray's hazy and blurred. My head's still buzzing. Oh, vanilla. I've been feeling pretty shitty ever since I had that talk with TJ by the river. I make a mental note to steal some of Jenna's aspirin before I go back to bed. Before I go to bed. Well, Flynn was right about one of us at least. Carl! What's wrong with that? Everyone likes vanilla. I grin even though Carl's comment hurts me more than it should. He's just joking after all. But I mean, who loves it, right? Personality of a rock. I think it's a good answer, especially if you put some toppings on it. Hey, listen. Do not hate on vanilla. Any form of vanilla is good. Okay? Vanilla is good. Just know that. And if you too like vanilla, then I will respect that. Because I love vanilla too. The buzzing picks up and I feel a dull pulse behind my eyes. The three of them continue to talk amongst themselves and I lean my head back against the couch. I close my eyes, trying to will away the pounding in my head. Uh-oh. I open my eyes. The room is dark. Jenna's in her bed, TJ's in his, and Carl's wrapped in a blanket on the floor. I reach for my camera bag and then look around wide-eyed. I sit on the bed next to TJ and stare at the door. But as your favorite? I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's like one of those flavors that I would personally choose if it was available. TJ stands at the edge of the lake, staring across to the other side. He has one paw in his pocket, the other holding a beer. He takes a drink from it, but TJ doesn't drink beer. He pulls the tab off the top, then flicks it towards the lake. It whizzes like a weed cutter, skipping across the water and kicking up spray. Suddenly his ears snap up and he sees something I don't. He turns and starts to run. He's at a dead sprint when his leg snaps out from under him and he falls to the rocks, and beer splashing everywhere. A chain is pulled taut from the leg, connected to his ankle. I get up wanting to help, but I can't. I look down and my wrist and ankle chained. Man, I forgot, like, like how progressively scary that this game gets too. Because we've been on Leo's route for quite a while. So, it's definitely refreshing to see, like, at least a little bit of normalcy back. The sun is bright, and pretty sure I can smell the fur searing on the top of my head. It's the end of March, so it's not nearly as bad as it can be, but being right under the sun like this, we've only been on the trail for about 10 minutes at this point, but I'm already regretting it. Chase? TJ, who's about 5 feet ahead of me, turns around. It's at that point I realize he said something and I have no idea what it is. Hey, everything okay? Uh, excuse me. Yeah, sorry. What'd you say? He looks concerned and walks back toward me. Remember, if you have a headache or feel sick to your stomach, or if you start feeling like you're not yourself, don't worry, I'm fine. I tried to give him a smile to show it's true, but he's already in the process of unscrewing a bottle of water from his backpack. No, wait, you don't have... He dumps half of it over my head, and I hurriedly unshoulder my camera bag. Hey, watch the equipment! Sorry, Chase, but you're not having a heat stroke on my watch. I've studied otter physiology. You guys don't do well in dry, hot environments. He's pretty close to me, having to dump the bottle over my head. I keep holding the bag away from my body while I look down at him, water dripping from my whiskers. Otter physiology? Yeah, it's like your body, its parts and what they do. It's a little awkward that teachers know how my body works, for some reason. Huh, so you, studied all of our parts? The attempt at humor is weak in the first place, but I realize it's too late that I'm talking to TJ and that he probably wouldn't have laughed even if it was funny. He looks a little taken aback. Oh, well, yeah. We all have different anatomy, so it's important to... He trails off and I can tell that he's blushing. He frowns at me. Are you making fun of me? What? No, I was just trying... He turns away suddenly and starts back up the trail. We should keep going. It's an all-day hike. I follow him quietly. I was hard to judge the type of expression he had just on his face. It wasn't exactly angry, just more flustered. I'm pretty sure it's because he knows I like guys. Even in college, my straight male friends get uncomfortable when I joke about sex. Like they think I'm coming on to them. TJ's never told me about how he feels about my sexuality. In fact, I know nothing about his. I think he dated one girl in high school, but that fell apart pretty quick. She had problems fitting in, so he befriended her. Obviously, she took it as him liking her, so she asked him out. TJ, of course, couldn't say no. He's always on a quest to make other people happy. Anyway, he definitely isn't homophobic. He seemed really happy for me when he found out I was going out with Leo, and he seemed really sad when he found out that we broke up. He doesn't exactly follow any particular Christian de- denomination that I know of. He hasn't even weighed in on the whole Jesus species debate. From what I can gather, uh, TJ just likes the spirituality of the whole thing. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. There's some big words that I cannot say at first glance. Spiritually. That's how. Once Leah told me that TJ is the type of Christian that Christmases always say that they are, but definitely aren't. I have to agree. The world building in this game is something else. It really is. 2 hours later, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die. I'm practically stumbling after TJ. The link's 15 feet ahead of me. He doesn't even notice either, cheerfully marching up along the steep trail over the rocks that they aren't even there. I'm dying. Literally dying. My foot slips and I faceplant. I lay there waiting for TJ's god to take me. Chase! I hear some stumbling and TJ slides up next to my body, sending a cascade of gravel over my head. Oh my gosh, are you okay? I hear the telltale sound of unscrewing water. I turn my head to the side. No. A gush of water hits me right in the face and I jerk up, sputtering and wiping at my eyes. Ah, for the love of God, TJ, stop it. Let's get you some shade. He grabs me around his arms and starts dragging me toward a big boulder. Calm down, I can walk. Are you sure? Yes. TJ's looking incredibly worried right now, hovering over me as I work my way to sit against the boulder. Dude, I'm fine, I'm just tired. I don't know how you do it. TJ keeps watching me, and once I sit down, he kneels next to me, then runs his paw through my fur on my forehead, filling it with his paw pads. You're a little warm. We should rest here a bit. Why did they have to make TJ so adorable? That's the thing that Rocky was telling me. And, you know, ever since we've seen TJ, he has been an absolute bean. He is such a cutie. He takes out another bottle of water. It's like he brought 50 of the damn things. We should probably get your clothes wet. I put a paw on his shoulder. TJ, calm down. I'm fine. You sure? Because... TJ! He stops babbling and looks me in the eye, the water bottle in one paw, the cap on the other. What's up? He looks up, but he looks at me for a second, then breaks eye contact, slowly screwing the cap back on the bottle. Sorry, I just want to make sure you're okay. I'm the one who asked you to come. Relax, I'm just being a little dramatic. Alright, if you're sure. I am, but I could use a drink. He hands me the bottle. Good idea. Have you been making sure to drink a lot? I have plenty. Yep, my piss is crystal clear. TJ's muzzle quirks as I take a long draught of water from the bottle. I cap it and burp. You know what? I think it's because I'm starving. What am I gonna eat? Not yet. We have to make it to the top first. I have some granola bars, though. Ew, dude, I'm hungry for real food. It is real food. Anyway, it'll be so much better if we do it at the top. Besides, this is the hardest part, and it's almost over. It's all downhill after this. Literally. I can tell he's getting anxious to start moving again, so I take one last gulp and get up. I remember Leo's route when TJ started giving Chase weird looks. Keep that in mind in this route. Wait, did he? I don't remember that. I don't get how you're so damn unaffected by the heat. Oh, I am. I'm just keeping wet. While he talks, he starts pouring water on his shirt. It sticks slick to his torso, showing off his tight chest and flat stomach. His navel a dark indent through the fabric. I make sure I don't stare too long, not wanting to make him feel awkward again. Either way, I can feel my crotch area getting a little tight. Being in a hotel room with two other people didn't exactly give me much time to relieve stress. Maybe my straight friends did have a reason to be wary. I keep my eyes focused on TJ's. I guess that's how long you keep moving like you do, here in the middle of the desert. Well, I run a few miles on the track every day at school. Jeez. We start up the trail again, TJ sticking by my side now. I feel bad about holding him back, but at least now it's less likely I'm gonna eat shit again. Hey, we did it! Yeah, I don't remember that. I'll have to keep an eye out for that then. TJ looks over the view as I stagger up behind him. You know who would be... Darius, are you still here? Because... I don't know why, but I know that snow leopards and lynxes aren't the same thing. But I think they're in the same family? I could imagine Darius voice acting for TJ here. Because you gotta remember, TJ is the youngest one here as well. I think he's like... I think they said he was 19? So, you know, I think Darius's voice would definitely fit TJ's. I'm not as beaten up as I was earlier, but my legs are really starting to kill me. I lean over with my paws on my knees, start painting. Swimming is definitely a better way to work out. TJ turns on me abruptly and I straighten up, smiling. He holds up both paws, grinning. Hey! High five! I slap them with gusto and TJ laughs, pulling off his backpack and sitting down on a rocky bench. I look at it, a little confused. Hey, what's this? A rock bench. It's always been here. I think some seniors from the old school made it, see? He scoots over, pointing at the back, and I look closer. Etched out in large letters and numbers it says Echo High, class of 59. Pleased? Okay, you had... I'm just gonna say... Hold on, go back. I'm just gonna say, you had a really missed opportunity to put 69 there. They used to paint the year on the canyon too. You could still see some of them. Sure enough, I see some of the white lines on the canyon wall. 52 here, 72 here. The school closed after 1980, so I assume there's nothing after that. I sit next to him and lean my head back, closing my eyes. While the hike had been a massive bitch, I don't regret coming. Not just for TJ's sake, but also because there's something nice about being isolated like this, like we're the only people on Earth. I feel a weight fall on my lap and look down, expect to see a tasty sandwich. Instead, I find a big fat hairy... it freezes my brain, processes what's going on. Then I scream and take a swipe at it, at the same time doing some sort of spastic dance to the right. I slide off the bench and onto the ground where I roll several times to get away. Holy fucking shit, son of a bitch! I roll to my feet and stumble back further away from the bench, eyes scanning the ground for the giant ass spider that's sure to be after me. That's when I realized TJ was like, oh my god! Chase, calm down! He holds up the giant spider, its frozen rigidness telling me what he couldn't finish. Fake? TJ's still laughing, but I'm still hugging myself, shivering and flinching every time I see something spindly. Wait, did I read that right? Spindly. I'm shocked, but not because of what just happened, but because TJ did it to me. Fucking TJ! Look at the little blep! Look at the tiny little blep here. That is so fucking cute. Feeling betrayed, I glare at him as he beckons me with the paw, wiping out his eyes with the other. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. But Jenna made me promise her that I'd do it. That figures. Jenna's the type to always play pranks, and yeah, I hate to say it, but it's because she's a fox. I rub my arms up and down with my paws, shivering again. I can't believe you! You know how much I hate spiders. One of my worst fears had been that of a tarantula getting into my room. I used to regularly shake out the bed sheets when I found out that they lived around Echo. I'm sorry, I thought you might not even fall for it. You know the ones around here are blonde, right? Yeah, TJ, that's the first thing that comes to my mind when I find a fucking spider on my lap. His ears do lower at that point and stops laughing, though I can tell he's trying to just not to smile. Your voice is really fitting for Really? I don't know. I don't know, I'm just being dumb and just trying to voice act as best as I can. Listen, Chase, I'm sorry. Let's eat. I know you're hungry. Oh, look at this! We got one of the scenes. You see, I love it when like these visual novels, they fade into these sceneries that artists paint exclusively for that. Like I love it. I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but it just really makes any kind of story all the more special. My stomach is painfully hollow right now, so I slowly walk back to the bench. I try hard not to be a spoilsport as I reach out to take my plastic wrapped sandwich from TJ. He squirts some hand sanitizer from a little bottle on my paws first before he lets me. It is a nice feeling. I love little illustrations like this. Well, not the one where we were frickin' tied to a bench in Brian's trailer, but yeah. We share a bag of chips and eat quietly for a few minutes, just taking in the nature. Still even out here I'm able to hear the train horns. They're called CGs. I'm not sure what those stand for, but I mean, I don't know. I'm smooth braining right now. I feel bad about the silence though, since I'm worried TJ will think I'm mad at him. I mean, I am annoyed, but he's just too damn innocent to actually be angry with. The sun's beating straight down on us at the point, and it's uncomfortable feeling in my semi-damp shirt rubbing up against my fur. Setting aside my food for a moment, I strip off my shirt, the wetness giving me a bit of trouble. As I do this, TJ stiffens up next to me. I look over at him right away. It's pretty clear he's trying not to look at me. I wonder if TJ's just one of those guys that gets embarrassed about showing any kind of fur. He only ever took his shirt off to swim, and even then he always seemed embarrassed about it. At that moment, both of our paws slide into the chip bag at the same time, and TJ jumps, pulling his paw away. I look over at him, quirking an eyebrow. Oh, sorry. For what? Uh, uh, never mind. I watch him take his phone out and look over his messages. When he turns the screen off, he pauses. I realize he's looking at his reflection, adjusting the fur on his face, pawing at both sides until he seems satisfied. Again, this is something that he did when he was much younger, back when he was obsessed with cheek rubs being perfectly seen. I don't say anything though, and just keep eating, bouncing one of my knees up and down. It's damn awkward, and I can't figure out why. Usually it's really easy to talk to TJ, mostly because he had a lot of things to talk about. I tried to think of something to say. Hey, remember when I made fun of you for the way you used to say sorry? TJ gives a bright, high-pitched laugh, and that makes me relax, feeling like I just broke the ice on a first date. Yeah, it's one of the first things that you said to me. I was trying so hard to fit in, and you just put me right on and you just put me on the spot in front of everyone. The scene plays out in my mind as TJ talks, the image of a 7-year-old Lynx looking way too small for his puffy winter fur. He just backed into me while trying to catch a ball thrown by Leo and had turned around full of smiles. Sorry. I pointed and laughed. Don't you mean sorry? That mortified look followed by what would become TJ's trademark run back home crying. I must have practiced that word 100 times when I got back home. There's a little pang in my heart at the image of kid TJ saying sorry over and over again, trying to get it right. Well, I'm sorry for making fun of you for it. Why? It was so long ago. Besides, you were just... Uh, besides, you were just assimilating me into the culture. Sort of. If it makes you feel better, Leo did get mad at me after you ran away. TJ's having trouble keeping his lettuce-wrapped turkey together. So, are you and him, doing alright? I think so. We had a good talk a few days ago. That's good. He gives up on holding the wrap together and instead just starts picking up the remnants from the plastic. Um, were you lonely after you left? I try not to act surprised that TJ's asking me these questions. Yeah, really lonely actually. Had a terrible first semester. Ah, what about now? Kinda. I guess I just haven't been able to find someone I can connect with like how I did with Leo. Hmm. Then again, the GSA at the university is practically dead, so who knows? Maybe after I graduate. We eat in silence for a little while longer, and though it's less awkward, I'm still trying to figure out what brought TJ to ask me those questions. I crumple up the plastic and toss it in my backpack before getting up. Alright, now I gotta find a good spot to get my shots. It shouldn't take long. Oh! There's a great view of the canyon just up the trail here. He gestures in that direction with the half-eaten wrap. I wave to let him know I heard and make my way up the trail. The town's namesake isn't much of a canyon. You probably wouldn't even realize that it is one without being told. I sidle up as close to the edge as I'm willing, taking a look over the side. Feet press pebbles over the side. They clatter down the edge of the cliff. It's dizzying, and I dig my toes into the rocks, feeling as if I'm going to tip over. Tears and rain mingle, finally letting go, going limp, when giving the final push. I back away. Impact instead of release. Pain. I feel the buzzing starting up on my head again, and I sigh as I bend over and reach into my camera bag. I almost wish I could stay here until sunset, since the canyon would be a great backdrop for it. But I definitely don't want to hike back in the middle of the night. It doesn't take long, and about 5 minutes later I got all the footage I need. Hiking all this way definitely isn't worth it, but of course that's not the reason why I did it. You finished? TJ walks up behind me as I'm bending over to put my camera away. Yep. He hands me a water bottle and I take it from him gratefully, pouring it over my head and chest, the fur flattening down over my body. TJ looks at my torso, his muzzle quirking at the corner a bit. You know, you kind of look like Jared Grease. I raised an eyebrow at him. The survivalist from the Wilderness Channel? What, just because I'm out in the wilderness and shirtless? Well, you saying all otters look the same? What? No, I mean, not just because you're an otter. I mean, your body is a different voice from the one in the climax of Leo's route. Oh yeah, I guess so, huh? Because I think also in Carl's route, when we were like in that red area, it kind of had like the same thing too. I, I mean, again, TJ's got me questioning certain things about him. TJ, I'm kidding. Yeah, right, of course. He rubs his shoulder sheepishly as he slowly walks up to the edge next to me. Oh, wow. He gets closer to the cliff, though he does see it in the manner in which he spread out his legs and arms, bracing himself against the ground. Okay, why am I... He peers over to the side, looking absolutely ridiculous. We're so high up! I smirk, sneaking up behind him. Oh, no! Why would you shove him? Why would you shove him? That's like the worst thing that you could possibly do. No, I don't want to shove him. I don't want to shove him. Okay, you know what? Let me make a save here. If you guys could be ever so kind, at least let me make a save here. Then another save here and another save here. Lingering for the days, white bone pokes through skin, maggots feeding off the living. What? I grin and suddenly slap both of my paws on his shoulders. Ah! He fluffs out to twice his size almost instantly and flares around like a cartoon. But I'm sure to keep my grip firmly on his shoulders. One of his windmilling paws catches me in the stomach. My laughing is cut off in a grunt, and I quickly pull him before he can accidentally launch himself off the cliff. Integrated intrusive thoughts. Jesus, TJ, calm down. Okay, but hold on a minute. I actually want to go back. What happens if we do nothing? It's tempting as hell, but I'm worried scaring the cat will make him jump right off the cliff. Instead, I stand next to him and look over a small canyon. We stand there a while, not really. Yeah! I put both paws over my ears. TJ, what the frick? He frowns. Where's the echo? Huh? It's called Echo Canyon, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna go back into our main save. Oh, we'll grab him. We'll make this our main save for now, but I do not like the shove him option. I stumble back, clinging to him as well. We stand like that for a few seconds, and I can't help but feel guilty. But guilty feel a little bit tight in the pants again. But again, there are a little bit of typos in here, which I can understand because there's a crap ton of dialogue in this game. So we'll say this correctly. We stand like that for a few seconds, and I can't help but feel guilty a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. I read that wrong. Do you see why I say I'm a dumb wolf? Because I completely read that wrong. I can't believe it. I I'm so stupid. We stand like that for a few seconds, and I can't help but guiltily feel a bit tight in the pants again. Hoping I'm saying that right. I haven't seen guilty in that sort of variation before, so I'm sorry. It doesn't last long though. As soon as TJ lets go and swats me in the chest with the back of his paw. Are you kidding me, Chase? How could you? I respond, but I'm busy trying to stop laughing. TJ wipes his paws on his pants. You got all your sweat on me. Hey, you didn't think I'd get you back after that tarantula prank? It wasn't real. I could have died. Calm down. You're safe now. I put a paw around his shoulder and pull him in close. He tenses up, but does relax after a few seconds. You're all wet and sweaty. You'll air dry. We stand there a while, not really ready to head back yet. That's when TJ lets out a sudden... Okay, yeah. TJ, what the frick? He frowns. Where's the echo? Huh? It's called Echo Canyon, isn't it? It's supposed to echo? Oh. Hey! I yell too, TJ lowering his ears a bit as we wait for the response. His ears perk. I think I heard it. Maybe we're just in the wrong area. But we're like right in front of it. TJ leans forward as if that will help, and cups his paws around his muzzle before yelling as loud as he can. Yeah! This time I do hear a return. It's muffled, scratchy, ugly, but it's an echo alright. TJ makes a face. Ooh, that sounded kinda creepy. Well, what'd you expect? Everything's crappy here. Including echoes. I feel so stupid for voice acting that. It took me a second playthrough to realize echo was a metaphor for something later in the game. Wait, is it? Like, I mean, like, I know, like, one of the songs are literally named Echo in this game, but other than that, not much. Again, we're answered with a raspy, ugly response, my voice twisted, and of course distorted. Seems a bit silly to name the entire town after that. I think it fits. I grunt as I sit down, spreading out my legs with a sigh. TJ does the same, except with his legs crossed. You really hate this place, don't you? He looks sideways at me. You don't? Of course not! All my best friends are from here! I mean, some of it is bad, but why let the bad taint the good? I make a non-committal grunt sound. I just wish I just wish we all could have come up here. He really does look disappointed, and I feel bad about that. What? Am I not good enough? TJ giggles. I'm really glad that you came. It means a lot. It would have been pretty lonely otherwise. I look over at him, and he's looking at me right in the eye. His powder blue gaze is pretty with the sunlight hitting it like that. He's smiling, and I smile back. Suddenly his phone buzzes. He breaks eye contact to adjust his sitting position so he can get out of his pocket. Hey, it's probably Jenna checking in on... I turn to look back at him when he goes quiet. He's furrowing his brow at the phone as if trying to figure out what it says. Everything alright? Slowly his face relaxes, but now his expression is dull. His eyes are glazed over. TJ? I start to lean sideways to get a look at what the message might be, but TJ quickly shoves it back in his pocket. Nothing. Just a long message from my mom. I can tell right away he's lying, which is fucking crazy, because I don't think TJ's ever lied to me, at least not so easily. Oh shoot, wait, I just realized what we forgot to do. On, on, um, on Leo's route, I also wanted to check out what would happen if we didn't, like, read his phone. I'm gonna have to go back someday and try that out, because I don't think I've ever done it yet. Oh wait, what am I talking about? I haven't done it yet. Is it bad? No, just something about when I come home for the summer. Oh, okay. It's weird because I know he's lying, and he probably knows he's lying. But still, here we are, playing along. He stares quietly at the canyon for a few seconds, then stands up, brushing himself off. Alright, let's go. The cheerfulness in his voice is forced. It just sounds like he's about to cry. Like I said, it's all downhill from here. Literally. He turns away quickly and starts back down the trail, wiping his face. I hang back, wanting to give him some time to get over whatever it is that's bothering him. I wonder if it's something to do with family, like a grandparent passing away or something. I'd feel too intrusive about asking it now, so I decided to put it off until tomorrow. The hike back is, like TJ said, literally downhill, so it's way easier than coming up. TJ is still a little overbearing, making sure I have water and dumping a few unsolicited bottles over my head. Even then, he's still acting a bit detached. I try to stay upbeat though, and since TJ's never been one to sulk for long, I get him warmed back up pretty quick. By the time we get back in the car, he's in a talkative mood again. So, I'm thinking we get Jenna and go to the diner for dinner. Sound good? Sure, I'll text her. I reach out to turn on the radio, then I remember where we are. Ooh. So, now that we've got hiking out of the way, what are we gonna do for the rest of the trip? We've got like 3 days left. Hmm. TJ rests his elbow against the door, tucking at the fur on his chin. Well, there are more trails than just that one. We could hike those too. I cringe inwardly at the thought of more hiking, but I don't say anything. I'm pretty sure TJ knows I'm not into it. But you still need stuff for your project too, right? I can help you with any research that you might need to do. Maybe, but it's pretty boring stuff. Well, the work, yeah, but hanging out together would make it fun. I grin at his eagerness. Well, alright, but I warn you, it's a pain in the ass. But TJ smirks at me. Chase, you don't have to try so hard. Anyway, I just want to help. Turns out Jenna just walked from the motel to the diner, not really wanting to wait for us. Me and TJ step inside, greeted by the smell of what you'd expect in any diner. Burgers and fries. I'm flooded with old memories. It's a place I had gone to eat every weekend for over 10 years of my life. I smiled despite myself. While I complained a lot about Echo, this place held incredibly happy memories, most of which involved my 5 friends. We see Jenna right away. She steps out from a booth next to the door. Okay, hold on. Let me hydrate real quick. If there's one thing that you ever do, chat, is to always stay hydrated. Because trust me, you will wake up with the sore throat. I tried that in Doki Doki Literature Club a few days ago, and I woke up with the sore throat. Hey boys. Hey. What's up? We make our way over to the booth. TJ sitting on the opposite bench while Jenna steps back to let me pass and sits next to her. She wrinkles her nose as I do. Whew, maybe you should have showered before you got here. Thanks, Jenna. TJ probably smells too. Nah, he smells fine. Of course he does. Thanks, Jenna. I don't blame Chase. Otters are, well, naturally musky. I decide not to say anything and instead pull a menu out of the metal holder and flip through it. The table is greasy, so I try not to lean anything on it. So, did you guys have fun? Yeah, made it all the way to the top. We did faster than I thought we would, actually. Did you, you know... Yeah, he really freaked out. I knew it. Did you film it? No. What? That's the reason you pull pranks. Why didn't you film it? I forgot. I glare at the menu. Shouldn't let her corrupt you so easily, TJ. I try to think of some Satan metaphor that I can use, but that's when the giant plastic spider lands with the smack on top of the menu that I'm looking at. Ah! I can't help myself and shove the menu and spider away from myself to follow TJ's bench. I look up and see Jenna's filming me with her phone, grinning. Stop it! I half-heartedly grab at the phone, but Jenna easily pulls it away. Oh my word, is that Chase? I look up to see a middle-aged coyote making her way from the back kitchen and around the corner. Hi, Janice. And Jenna and Tobias, too. I smile politely, only now realizing how loud our bantering must be in the small diner. Now, what in the world are y'all doing back here? Thought we wouldn't see you again after your graduation. I've known Janice as long as I can remember. Her having always worked in this diner. In fact, she started here when she was about our age. Just like most of the town, though. Once you're comfortable, you don't move much. Chase is filming the town for a school project. We decided to make a little reunion out of it. Well, isn't that nice? I bet Leo's mighty happy. He's been talking nonstop about you three since y'all left. Yeah, he's pretty much organized the whole thing. Janice suddenly makes a face. Whoo-wee, it is ripe over here. My face burns and I sit harder on my tail, staring at the menu. You know, I think Duke sat here. Forgot to spray the scent neutralizer. You know how weasels are. I feel Jenna stiffen up next to me, but thank God she doesn't say anything. Yeah. Anyway, how you doing? How have you been, Janice? Piss Yodia. You're not. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. She, that is the piss yo. Oh man, I forgot that Janice did that too. Janice leans her hip against TJ's bench, clasping her paws and leaning an elbow on the back of it. Oh, can't complain. You haven't missed anything, trust me. Actually, I've been meaning to do a little spring cleaning. Not looking forward to it. My back doesn't bend like it always did. All the small town folk, all the small town small talk, nice ties, and speciesism is starting to make me zone out when suddenly TJ pipes up. Hey, we'll help. Janice beams. Well, you know I can never ask that of you, especially while you're on vacation. TJ chuckles. Actually, me and Chase were talking about how we had nothing to do. I think it's a good idea. I can see from Jenna's tight smile that she's feeling exactly the way I am. TJ and his goddamn need to be a good Samaritan. Oh, Tobias, you're an incredible young man. You know that? I just realized now. That's what she meant by Tobias. TJ's full name is Tobias. Just wanted to be of help, man. When can we come over? Oh, I don't know. How about sometime tomorrow evening when sound? How does sometime tomorrow evening sound when it's nice and cool? Sure. Well, thanks again, Toby. You're really one of a kind. TJ beams up at her, then at me, then frowns as he sees the look on my face. Now, what can I get for you? After Janice takes her orders, she bustles off to the back to back, leaving me and Jenna to glare at TJ. TJ at first pretends he doesn't notice and starts to adjust the salt and pepper shakers, trying to place them evenly between the menu holder. It was nice seeing her again. We don't say anything. Finally, the tension becomes too much, and he gives up on the salt and pepper shakers to look up at us. What? You know exactly what. We didn't come here to clean up Echo's mess. Speaking of which, Jenna reaches past me to grab a towelette and starts wiping her table, wrinkling her snout. Ugh, disgusting. There's no harm in helping someone. Chase, you told me you didn't know... Chase, you told me you didn't know what else we could do. TJ starts to doodle on a napkin with one of the coloring pencils from the pack they leave on the tables. Honestly, Teach, I'd rather hike another trail. Please don't. I'm marinating in your otter musk right now. God damn it! Chase! Glaring, I nudge Jenna to the side off the bench so I can get out. When she does, I stomp my way over to the single restroom. I sigh as I let the heavy doors ease shut behind me, pressing the push button style lock. The quiet coolness is a welcome relief, even if it's a restroom. I put my palms to my eyes and rub them in circular motions, trying to ease the headache that's been building up since the afternoon. I stand in front of the sink and run my paws under the faucet for a while before bringing some water up to my face. It feels good, but the headache continues to pound. In fact, it feels like it's getting worse. I squint at the mirror, the light suddenly becoming too bright for my eyes. Is this a migraine? Never had one before, have I? I continue staring at my face, feeling the pressure build. Pretty soon there's a strange sound in my ears like a tuning orchestra, and I feel my heart rate pick up. What the hell? Is this a stroke? Am I having a stroke? Oh dear. At that moment, looking at myself in the mirror, my eyes just drop. They move in towards the center of my face. At the same time, the sides of my muzzle curve up unbelievably high, giving me a ghastly smile, one that goes up and past me up on my head. Fleetingly, I remember playing with my laptop's camera once and putting on some effects so that my face would distort in ridiculous ways. It looks almost exactly like that. Then the earth gives way, falls out from under me, and my paw slaps the sink as I hold on to it, stops from falling sideways into the wall. The fuck? My voice squeaks as I try to find my footing. I shut my eyes, stop myself from throwing up, and slowly the roaring dies down and I feel myself regain my balance. Okay, so that was the first spooky thing that we've seen in this chapter. Just watch your reaction to the bad ending for Leo. Pretty great I didn't know what to say to that. That ending for Leo was absolutely horrific. It's all downhill after this. No, 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 you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Not again. You can't do this to me. Ah, looks like Chase can't fake. This isn't funny! This isn't funny! This is horrifying! I crack my eyes open and I see my face is back to normal, the light at a tolerable level again. I open my eyes the rest of the way and stare at myself, my reflection staring wide-eyed back. What route are you planning after TJ? Flynn. I'm gonna do Flynn's next, and then I'm gonna do Jenna last. I was actually debating on whether or not I should do Jenna next, but I guess we're doing TJ now. I'm breathing hard and my chest is heaving, my pupils dilated. Looking down at my knuckles, I see the skin is white through the fur. I slowly let go of the sink and look at my shaking paws. What the hell? My muzzle is dry and I swallow a few times. I take a drink, but I don't trust the dirty faucet. Wait. I'd take a drink, okay. After a few moments, I'm able to calm down, realizing that I'm probably not dying. In fact, my head feels pretty clear at the moment. I'm pretty sure it was a migraine. Migraines can do that to people. Right? I draw in a shaky breath again before grabbing a few paper towels from the dispenser. I run them lightly under the water, adding a few pumps of foamy soap as well. Mom had migraines all the time. I'd call her about it tomorrow. Able to keep my paws steady now, I run the soaped up towel from under my arms a few times. After a quick look to make sure the door is locked, I undo my belt and push down my pants and boxers around my thighs. If I really want to take care of the musk smell, I'm gonna have to go down under. I run a few more paper towels under the faucet and soap dispenser. Just as I'm sliding the towel against my tailbase, I hear a knock at the lever style hand. I jump and look back, not really worried since I know it's locked. Because this place is a fucking piece of shit, I'm just in time to see the button. Ah, the handle swings open and the door. There I am, pants down, a paper towel under my tail, looking like I'm wiping my ass while I move my Christian best friend. I think we stay like that for like at least 10 seconds before TJ blinks first. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. He squeaks it out so fast that I barely hear it before he yanks his head out and the door closes with a snap. Fuck, fucking fuck, fuck! You know what? To be fair, there have been a few instances where I have actually been in bathrooms like that. And let me tell you, that feeling sucks. I snarl between my teeth as I scrub myself, then throw away the towel. I feel like I'm gonna cry, like the entire universe is conspiring against me right now. I sigh and wash my hands, realizing that the longer I delay going out there, the stupider I'm gonna look. When I come back out, I see TJ stand up immediately. Jenna stands up to let me back into the booth. Hey, everything alright? Yep. As we sit back down, Jenna sips from her glass of water, then starts sucking on an ice cube. So I know TJ had fun, but did you? Public bathrooms are designed for humility. I, I do kind of feel that, yeah. I drum my fingers on the table, still feeling a bit numb from embarrassment. Yeah, it was fine, about as miserable as I thought it would be, so no surprises. Honestly, I actually kind of wish I'd gone with you two. Oh yeah? Then I remembered that AC is a thing, so I didn't feel that way anymore. At least you're built for that kind of weather. True, doesn't mean I have to like it. So what'd you do, sit around all day? I studied for a while, then Flynn and Leo came by, actually. Oh really? Yeah, they wanted to have lunch with us. Leo was pretty disappointed when he found out you weren't here. They brought a bunch of presents for Carl and had me choose which one I wanted to give him. How thoughtful. Jenna shrugs. Anyway, Flynn was being pretty quiet. She doesn't say anything more, so I press her. Oh? Yeah, just kinda subdued. I guess he might be feeling sorry. I don't know. Well, here's hoping he comes around. Anyway, they're planning a surprise birthday party for Carl. Isn't that not for a few weeks? Yeah, but we just want to have it while we're all here. Jenna dropped a drop of condensation around the outside of her glass for a moment. Just between you and me, and don't tell TJ this because I told him I wouldn't tell you. But he said he was really glad to have you along. He says he says that you're what he misses most about this town. Really? That kind of surprises me. We're really good friends, but to say I was what he missed most. I look outside. Again, the sky is painted red, orange, and what almost looks like purple. He drew this so I could see what happened when he pranked you, to make up for not recording it. I looked back down at the table as Jenna slides over the napkin TJ had been doodling on. A stick figure with a thick tail, I assume me, is lying on the ground, his mouth bigger than his face as he screams. Next to him is a giant spider. Standing over them is both a stick figure with big tufted ears, I assume TJ, with its stick arms put up over its face, clearly feeling guilty. Cute. Isn't it though? Despite my sarcasm, I really do think it's cute. Especially the TJ figure. Oh shit. What? I forgot my purse. She stands up. I'll be right back. Huh? Why? I'll pay for you. Don't worry about it. The motel's like 5 minutes away. You can pay me back. I'm just wondering what you thought about the voice that was talking to Chase in the end of Leo's route. It almost seemed like that voice in the end, at least for Leo's good route, it seemed like that voice was kind of just like giving us closure. You know, saying, you know, like he really hated the town, and he was saying fuck this town for ruining my life and everyone else's lives, and for everyone else who lived there. But there were some pretty creepy instances in that one too, with that voice, especially the one with Brian in the mine. That one was really creepy. But she's already out the door. I sigh watching her make her way down the road through a window. That's when TJ slides back into the bench. I quickly look down, feeling my cheeks burn all over again. Oh, sorry about that. Just wanted to wash up too. I don't know why, considering TJ looks kempt no matter what he does. I force myself to look up. Funny drawing. He looks at me with the napkin and gives a little laugh. Oh, she showed that to you? Wait, where'd she go? Forgot her purse. Oh. We sit in unbearably awkward silence for a while before I finally sigh and lean my face against a paw as I stare out hard into the window. Feels like I'm crying for two people. It's one of the few times that Chase and the voice agrees on anything when they're both cursing it. Yeah, that's what I also liked about it, was that, you know, it really did feel like that voice was also giving him closure, and, you know, it was agreeing, and it was saying, yeah, you know, like, this is really messing the people up, and it's messing you up, and it's messing your friends up. Like, that's what I liked about that ending, was that, you know, it was coming to accept that after we left Leo behind, which, leaving Leo behind, I felt really sad for it. Even though we had that fucked up ending with our legs chopped off by the train. But yeah, that bad ending for Leo, I hate that. That is probably like my least favorite ending so far. Okay, so I wasn't wiping my ass. You know otters have glands. Chase. I look over at TJ and he's smiling. I know, I shouldn't have opened the door. You were just taking a while and we were wondering if you were alright. I look up and see Janice making her way over, her food on a giant tray. I guess it's really the lock's fault. Oh, having problems with the restroom door? Make sure it's jammed shut real tight. She'll lock then. Thanks. As the plates are set down, I'm faintly surprised at the portion size. It's not used to getting this much in the city. At least you got a cute raccoon boyfriend out of the good ending. Yeah, I guess so. You'll learn more about the voice later on. Okay, then. Janice immediately bustles off to another customer. And you know, I look up for my giant sandwich and fries, grabbing the ketchup bottle. It was kinda cute. TJ immediately looks down, pretending to read the menu even though we'd already ordered our food. I feel like my brows are almost going to shoot out of my forehead as I stare at him. What does Applewood smoke bake? What does Applewood smoke even mean? Oh no, you're not getting off that easy. Did you just call my butt cute? What? No! TJ's ears fall flat. I'm kind of satisfied he's the one feeling embarrassed right now. I just like, otters have cute tails, that's all. I snort. Yeah, I can see by the way how you drew mine here. Sorry. Don't be. So yeah, I'm testing the waters here. It's been a while since I played this game with a guy, and who the fuck thought the next one would be TJ, but here I am. I keep looking over at TJ, waiting for him to look up. Finally, he does look up at me for a moment, and we lock eyes. I smirk and he smiles in return before looking back down. Well, that's something. Ah, we were just having a wholesome moment. I sat on a big rock next to the shore, watching the tiny waves lap at the smaller rocks. Across the lake, maybe half a mile away, I see my friends, all of them, floating on something. It's my car, and they're all in my car. Leo's driving, and he's got sunglasses on. Even from this distance, I see him look across the lake at me. He waves, then makes a finger gun, shoots it at me, making a clicking sound with his tongue. Flynn sits next to him, head back, sleeping, Carl drawing on his face, while Jenna sits in the back and reads. And TJ? Where's TJ? There he is, swimming after the car. Colors fall flat, and I feel sticky and sick. Something isn't right. I'm at the canyon again, looking over the edge. TJ's on the ground, and he's staring at me. Ah! Something moves in the bushes next to him, something a paw. Then a paw reaches out towards TJ. The lake. I'm staring at the lake, but the day is clear. The sky is blue, and there are things in the water. 5, 6 things float in the water. Bodies. Bodies float in the water. I watch as the bodies float, bobbing up and down. One looks really. This isn't right. This isn't me. What is this? Something across the lake. I see something across the lake. There's a tool shed. A tool shed across the lake, and I see the doors open. There isn't a tool shed next to the lake. Something steps out. We were just having a wholesome moment with TJ in the diner. Why did it change to that? Honestly, never really trusted Leo and said that I was over instinctively. I don't know. I still feel bad for Leo. Like, I know that he got the help that he needed, and but still, the thought of never seeing him again afterward, well, possibly never seeing him again, and the fact that he's moved on from everything because he also took the the anchor bracelet off. It was pretty sad. I'm still confused if TJ's genuinely flirting or if he's just that naive. I mean, he could be flirting. Leo's a good guy. He just needs a lot of therapy. He does. I think it's a bit of both for TJ, yeah. Wait. Oh. Oh, I thought we missed a dialogue. Apparently, no one can get in touch with him. Jenna leans back against the dresser, running a brush through her fur on her neck and head. Still a little damp from the shower. Did they try his landline? Maybe he just muted his phone. He sleeps in, like, every day. Jenna shrugs. I'm gonna assume that they had. So, no one told him that he was gonna have a party? He says he will. Sequel, maybe? I don't know. Who knows? No. But, all seriousness, this game, for 6 years of development, I know I'm saying this over and over and over whenever we play this game, but you have to remember, this game was in development for 6 years, and it finished in 2020. Oh no, 2021. This year. Oh man. Like I wish I could have known about, like the whole progress of it and everything. Because when you do look at the older versions of the older sprites that they had available for every single one of these characters, it's a little, you know, it's amazing to see how far this game has actually gone. Jenna turns around and leads towards the mirror above the dresser, brushing away loose fur. It's a surprise party, right? I guess. Just that it's not really his birthday. There's a prequel for this game called. There's a sequel for this game called Arches and a prequel called The Smoke Room. There was also another one, actually. There was one called Route 65, I think. It was Route something, but I guess like that was also a prequel to this game. So, if we do end up finishing this game somehow, which might be like months and months to come, then we definitely will have to check those games out. Because so far, I have been enjoying this. It's just an excuse to do something in this shitty town. I see Jenna glance at the door in the bathroom as if worried TJ can hear her curse, even with the shower running. That's a pretty cool short story. A lot on my own side. Well, I'm sorry I dragged you here, Jenna. I thought this would be fun, is all. Jenna finishes whatever she's doing in the mirror and turns back around to face me. Hey, it's not the town I came to see. It was you guys. Yeah, we're gonna have to check out that then because I do have it saved on here. I just haven't like unzipped it yet from the zip file that I got. Yeah, well, you don't really seem happy about it either. Jenna frowns. If I didn't want to be around you guys, I've left by now. I have friends in Payton that could take me to the bus stop. I don't say anything, choosing to lean back on my bed and close my eyes, still tired from the fucked up dreams I had last night. Sorry, I'll stop complaining. I massage my forehead with one hand. It's still the beginning of the week. We got time to turn this thing around. It's really just Flynn. I look over at her. Is he... Well, is he coming? Yep, Leo said he had a talk with them, so... The smoke room is very... Smoke room is very explicit. Wait. Like, does it have like, are there NSFW like scenes in there? Like, I mean, not in dialogue because this game does have its fair share, but I mean like in terms of illustrations because if so, then that means that we can't really play that on here. Oh geez, yep, we can't play that on here then. Oh well. I mean, I guess I'll have to just play that on my own time then. But to be fair, I am sort of curious about that. Wait a minute. Oh no. Okay, so my buddy Rocky who was here, right? I think you guys have seen him in the chat earlier when we were playing Leo's route. So there was this Twitter post that I sent him a while back, right? And it had like this really cute illustration of Chase as like a little otter plushie. And he sent me this photo with the one of Leo that I also sent over. And I never realized it because I didn't get that far into the game yet. But if you were to go ahead and take a look, oh shoot, I didn't want to open up Edge, no. So let me get it for you guys. I think it was this. No, that wasn't it. Okay, yeah, it's this one. So this one in particular, you would think that it's cute, right? Well, if you zoom in on this a little bit, uh, Chase doesn't have legs. Chase doesn't have legs. I, I oh man, seeing that now because on that Twitter post um, they also had like all the other characters holding him too, and Chase did have legs in those ones. But wow. Okay, let's continue on with the story before we get sidetracked. Fruits is unhinged. I mean, Flynn gets over this stuff pretty quick, so I think it won't be awkward if we don't let it be. Jenna looks at the shower door, the sound of the dryer blowing loudly behind it. It's not really Flynn that I'm worried about. The things he said to TJ. Perfect for this game, right? Again, I can't believe I never noticed that because, again, we weren't really that far into the story at the time. I think we were still on. No, we were beginning Leo's route at that time. I rub my eyes. If it gets to that point, the mean teach will just cut it out early and go somewhere else. Maybe even Janice's place. I open my eyes to look at Jenna. You going with us? Jenna smirks at me. I think I have some studying to do. Oh, come on. Anyway, what if Flynn has another... She immediately cuts herself off as the door suddenly cracks open. I see one of TJ's blue eyes looking through the opening. The eye widens and the door quickly closes again. Suddenly it swings back open and the lynx comes striding out just as it pants. Excuse me, Jenna. Jenna moves over. Oh, hello. That's a familiar tum-tum that I saw in the last one. Forgot my shirt. He mumbles before turning back around and hurrying to the bathroom. I catch a glimpse of the insides of his ears, which are bright red. The door snaps shut again. We both stare at the door a while before Jenna speaks up again. If Flynn can keep his mouth shut until the end of this week, then we might be able to get through this. I stare out the window as we roll down the dusty streets of Echo. Honestly, it doesn't look much worse off than how I left it. The roads might be a little worse, but I assume that's because they haven't done any maintenance since winter. I'm regretting not letting him know we're coming, you know? He'll be lucky if he even gets his ass out of bed. We'll call him then. And what if he doesn't answer? Leo doesn't say anything, instead focusing the back on the road. TJ fills the silence after a while. Well, I don't think it's too weird. It's just like we're hanging out again. Nothing wrong with that. Sure, but making it about Carl is just weird. Maybe if his birthday was like next week? 2 weeks tops. Oh, hush, Flynn. It'll just be like we're hanging out. You acting weird isn't going to help anything. The car starts slowing down, and I snap out of daydreaming to look up, knowing that we definitely aren't at Carl's house yet. That's when I see a round canine figure. Oh god, it's the piss scene. I think that's Janice. Yep. Yep. Roll down your window, Chase. I do as he says, struggling a little with the cold air, with the old crank handle. What the hell is she doing out there? We come to a stop next to the coyote, kicking up some dust. I don't know. Hey! Leon leans over at me and smiles at Janice, who's looking at the ground. Pissyote to the urinate. Yep. Everything over. Leo's voice cuts up in a weird choking sound. I look at him confused, then look back out the window, and I can't help myself, but I gasp. It was hard to tell from the angle and all the dust kicked up by the van, but now I can see that Janice has her pants down around her thighs. I can also see everything else. I sit back quickly and avert my eyes, looking out the windshield instead. What the fuck? Oh my god. Leo, let's keep going. Jenna whispers it, her voice strained. Oh, sorry, Leo stops talking and I chance to glance out the window again. Janice is looking at us now and she's smiling. It's a weird smile because it isn't touching her eyes. It's unnerving. Leo stares back. Leo, go. I hiss out the side of my mouth, staring at the windshield again. He seems reluctant to, though, looking concerned. Janice? Do you need some help? The sound is one that you might use on a toddler or a crazy person. I don't hear her say anything except maybe a grunt. Leo bravely keeps trying, though. We can give you a run. Leo stops talking in time for me to hear a pattering sound. It's a sound I recognize well from back when I would take a piss on the dirt roads of Echo when no one else was around. The van lurches forward, then resumes another smoother acceleration back onto the empty road. Holy shit, what the fuck was that? I don't... Leo's frowning, looking as confused as I've ever seen him. Should I go back? No! I look back and see TJ covering his face. Maybe she could be having some sort of psychotic episode. Or maybe she just had a piss. I don't think so. Did you see the way she looked at me? She's probably just on something. Isn't everyone? No, she doesn't do stuff like that. Well, maybe she does. You never know with people. Again, Leo doesn't say anything, and neither does anyone else. I glance back at TJ, who's sitting in the very back of the seat with Jenna. He's got his ears down, looking at his lap while he's fidgeting with his hands. I know he's probably thinking the same thing I am, which is what we're supposed to help Janice with the spring cleaning or whatever. I want to ask him about him, but the dead silent man is making me feel that now isn't the best time. I fucking told you. Leo stabs the doorbell again, frustration etched across his face. Can you please keep the cursing down just a little bit? I can't help but notice TJ's went to every F-bomb. He's been keeping his distance from Flynn, always standing on the opposite side of our little group. I shift the bag I'm carrying around in my bags, trying to look through the frosted glass on the sides of the door. Maybe he's getting high. Well, he should still be able to hear. I mean, maybe he just doesn't want to. TJ holds up his phone. He's not answering his phone either. Leo knocks on the door hard, his bicep bulging. Well, I guess breaking the door just might get us inside. Leo stands back, paws on his waist as he takes a deep breath. He's determined, and I guess he should be considering he set all of this up. We should have just told him to meet us at the diner or something. Did they lock the windows? What? Leo growls. It's not like we're breaking in. TJ's ears pin back, a frown on his face. The wolf puts a paw to his forehead, closing his eyes. Sorry, but I think he's just asleep, and it shouldn't be too hard to get in here and wake him up. I look over to the side of the house and see a window well. I point at it. What about that? Too small. I could probably fit. She hops off the front porch and crouches down next to the window, pushing at it. Wait, there's a security sticker here. Well, you gotta arm it first, and Carl's such a lazy ass I know he didn't. Besides, if we set it off, we could just run. It's not like they'll show up anytime soon. Jenna hesitates, then pushes at the window again, but it doesn't budge. Locked. Let's try the one above it. That's too high. I'll boost you up. I think this is going a little too far. Leo ignores him and stands next to the window before making a platform for Jenna's foot with his paws. Steadying herself with her paws against the wall of the house, Leo easily lifts Jenna and she manages to grab the ledge. Oops. I didn't mean to press that.
Self-voicing disabled.
I didn't mean to do self-voicing. Fucking hell, this is so fucking stupid. Flynn mutters next to me, but I ignore him. Jenna pushes against the window and it glides open easily. Yes! Alright, now I'm gonna boost you all the way up. Hold on. Careful! Like there's some kind of cheerleading duo. Leo shoves Jenna all the way up with one paw and she disappears through the window. Her bush tail is the last thing we see, until she pokes her head back through. Kitchen. I fell in the sink. Great. Now unlock the door. She disappears again and we make our way back to the front door. Leo, you're fucking crazy. If you don't shut your fucking mouth, Flynn, I'll kick you right in your bag. Sound good? Jesus, calm your... Leo turns on him, one foot on the other. Flynn shuts up. TJ's eyes are wide, even though he's staring down at the steps. I want to put my arm around him. Finally, we hear the door rattling and it opens. Called his name, but he didn't answer. Well, he's got to be here. It's not like he can go anywhere else, or would want to. Carl's house is as massive as... Okay, yeah, this is just the same dialogue that we got. Oh. Yeah, here's where the dialogue gets different. I set the bag down on the table and TJ sets the cake there too. I look over at him. Hey, you alright? I'm good. Why? Oh, stupid. See? We could have just skipped that whole scene. We were able to. I rode the back of my head, trying to think about how to bring it up. What is it? Well, Janice. Oh, yeah. TJ mirrors my pose, rubbing behind his own head. I'm actually really worried about her. I mean, should we still go? TJ looks at me surprised. Of course, especially now. We need to make sure that she's okay. Oh, yeah. Maybe we should. I actually don't feel like we need to do that at all, considering she's probably just really, really high. I was going to suggest that we could at least postpone the visit until tomorrow so she had time to come down. TJ's shock at my suggestion has me holding my tongue for now. Chase, you check in the back. TJ, downstairs. Leo barks at us before hustling past toward the hallway. We both look at each other before I shrug and head for the back door. I stare out the glass window on the door for a while, wondering why Carl would even be out there. The old playset with the swings is gone, and so is the treehouse that used to be the two trees. The branch near the base of the tree that we used to step has been cut away too. Carl and I used to play up in that treehouse all the time when we were younger. I open the door and step out onto the concrete steps. I feel a pang of sadness seeing it gone. I had a lot of memories up there. I can remember the day when we started building it. I mean, Carl's dad had built the base of it, but left the rest of it to us. Duke, the old weasel, had a pile of random junk in his backyard, and he gave us permission to take from it as long as we cleaned it all up. I told TJ that if we cleaned up the pile, my dad would take us to the movies that night. We pretended to help clean up, even though we were just taking what we wanted for the treehouse. We hauled it away in a wagon, telling TJ that we were taking it to the corner for recycling or something, and that he should keep going. Of course, we didn't go back. I don't know why I thought we'd get away with that. Apparently, TJ was there for 3 more hours before Duke came around and found out what happened. I was grounded for the longest that I've ever been. I cringed and closed my eyes, face getting hot at the memory of being forced to apologize to TJ. Fucking asshole, I mumbled to myself. We were especially cruel to TJ those couple of years. It was probably because of the age difference. Me and Carl had been 10, and TJ was 8. For some reason, those 2 years felt like 2 decades when you're that old. Still, there isn't really an excuse for how shitty I was to him. Even after that happened, we never let him up to the treehouse. I was a really shitty kid, but I know TJ doesn't hold it against me. Still, the idea of taking advantage of TJ's frustrating nature is so terrible. I sighed, giving the rest of the yard a cursory glance, even though I know Carl is not out there. I'm a little worried, but I'm sure there's some sort of explanation for where he's gone. I turned back. Oh shoot! I turned back around, deciding to help with the search inside. That's when I see a flash of fat orange and gray tail disappearing down the stairs steps. Downstairs steps. I blink. Jenna walks past. Hey, I'm gonna go look in the garage. I don't think he's even in the house though. Okay. As Jenna heads for the garage door, I head for the stairs. The cool air wafting up from the dark hallways ahead of me is a marked contrast to the heat from outside. I fan out my shirt a bit as I look at the multiple doors lining in the hallway. The only one is at the end of the hall though, and I can hear a low voice coming from it. It's Flynn's for sure. As I pad up to the opening, I can start to make out what he's saying. I just wanted you to know that I'm not mad at you, okay? I don't hear a response as I just stand outside the door. From here, all I can see is a few cardboard boxes and a neatly made bed that probably hasn't been touched in years. A guest and storage room? Come on, man, I'm trying. I was mad yesterday and I shouldn't have fucking sent that. Flynn's voice comes from further into the room on my left. I grip my teeth, wavering between what's going on now or just hoping for the best and letting it play out. I need to go. I was just trying to figure out... Don't. I hear some rustling in the room, and that's when I realize I have to step in. I hold onto the doorframe as I poke my head in. Flynn has TJ backed up against what looks like a doors to the closet. TJ's cowering in the corner while Flynn has a hand on the link's shoulder, grabbing onto the fabric of his shirt. TJ's ears are pinned flat against his head, and he's looking up at Flynn with a grimace. Then his eyes flick to mine as he notices me. Let me talk for a sec. Flynn notices TJ staring over his shoulder and jerks his head in my direction. The second he sees me, his hand drops away from TJ's shoulder. We stare at each other a few seconds, and I swallow loudly. You guys find Carl? My question sounds all the more stupid in the dead silence that follows. Flynn's gaze drifts to the wall over TJ's head where he stares coldly for a few seconds, his jaw working furiously. I start to worry that he's summoning up another one of his tantrums. Instead, after about 5 seconds, he turns around on his heel and stalks out of the room. I have to move out of the way as he brushes past me. When I look back into the room, TJ's already moved to stand in front of a mirror on the wall. He straightens out his shirt, then vigorously combs the fur on his face. He does a weird back and forth on his cheek ruffs with one of his hands, even though they look fine to me. Poor Flynn? Hey, TJ? Huh. TJ snaps his head in my direction. One of his ears are twitching. Hey, you okay? I'm okay. TJ says it fast and loud, giving his shirt one last tug. Let's keep looking for Carl. He makes a point of looking around the room. He really... He's been looking like a bad guy through all the roots. Hey, I don't think he's here. As he moves past me to leave the room, I grab his arm. He jumps and looks back at me, his eyes are wide. I quickly let him go, realizing just how close I'm mimicking what Flynn had done just a minute ago. Hey, do you want to talk? No! I blink in surprise. No, I don't want to talk about it. I'm sorry. His ears are down again, and he's looking at the floor. Let's just keep looking. He turns away again, but I feel like I should say something more. I want to make him feel better, get him away from Flynn. Hey, do you want to go for a walk or something? TJ turns around to stare at me questioningly. I mean, just to keep looking for Carl. He's not in the house, and maybe he's gone out somewhere in town. TJ nods in understanding. The distress look melting off his face. Oh, that could be a good idea. We should tell Leo. I feel a surge of relief at having been able to distract TJ, and now I want to keep that going. Luckily, we don't see Flynn on the way out. A distracted and frustrated Leo quickly waves us off as he continues to search in the ground floor bedrooms. Probably got high and passed out somewhere. He mutters absent-mindedly as we head out the door. I immediately realize what a bad idea it is when we step out into the sun. TJ, on the other hand, brightens up the second we step outside the mansion. That at least makes me feel a little bit better. We walk in silence for the first few minutes, looking at the rolling hills and mountains, cactus, and sagebrush. It's one of those days where I'm not sure if the heat is worse coming from the sun above me or the baking black asphalt under my feet. So, how's school going for you? I blink out of my burning alive trance and try to focus on the question. Oh, it's okay. Just kind of tedious, you know? At the same time, I get a pang of panic realizing how much work I still needed to be done on my project. I'm able to convince myself that I still have half the week. I'll figure something out. What about you? It's great. Athletic training, right? Yep. So what exactly do you do? Train people for sports? TJ laughs. Well, it's more to do with injuries, recognizing them, preventing them, treating them if I can. I didn't know that's what you do. So are you like a doctor or something? He laughs again, but like always, TJ is able to do it in a way that you know that he's not laughing at you. Definitely not. That would be really hard. I guess you could say an athletic trainer is a healthcare professional. Cool, cool. I try to keep them from painting. I try to keep from painting. I thought you would have been more like into like coaching or something. You like sports. TJ shakes his head. Nah, I'd be terrible at that. I can't yell at people all day. Is there even a degree for coaching? I think most people that want to coach just get a teaching degree in history so that they can teach. I make air quotes at high school while also coaching. They teach to coach. Oh yeah, that's how it was at our school. I step on a particularly sharp rock and bite my lip to keep from yelping. I really just wanted to do something involving athletics. Do you like it? The whole athletic training thing? Yeah, well, it's my first year, so who knows? But I think I'll do. So you just like helping people? That, and I just like sports. TJ's quiet for a second. It probably sounds silly, but it all seems to make life seem more simple. Sports? Yeah, or exercising. There's a goal and something in your way like the other team, or big hell. TJ kicks a pebble up from the ground and catches it on top of his foot before launching it down the road. And your only job is to get around. And your only job is to get around that to get to your goal. I'm reading dialogue wrong on so many levels here. The Lynx laughs. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think it does. I'm kind of like that with video games, I guess. I can see that. I tried to kick a pebble up onto the top of my foot like TJ did, but I end up kicking it off to the side of the road. How'd you do that? Oh, I just got lucky that time. Usually it doesn't work. I am on the soccer team though. I think about how I didn't even bother trying out for my school swim team for the Otters. I already knew how mediocre I was. But I also just like being on the side of the field with all the cheering and the lights. It's fun. As we continue down the road, we walk past the charred foundations of an old trailer. While the brush has mostly grown back, the scorched earth and black sagebrush skeletons still remain. At that moment, my phone goes off and I pull it out, having to cut my hand over the top so I can see the screen under the bright sun. It's a text from Leo. Found him. Hey, they found Carl. Oh? Where? He didn't say. Just that they found him. Oh, that's great. Yeah. I smile a little bit. Wait, hold on a minute. What? Can we actually click these? Okay, no, we can't. I smile as a little bit of tension in my chest that I didn't even know that there were dissipates. Great. Where was he? Whoa, hold on a minute. Wait, I'm like clicking it, but like, is there like a specific button on what I need to press? Cause like I'm just like left clicking everything here. Yeah, I'm clicking that. Are you guys sure? It doesn't work this time? It usually does. Like, I remember people telling me that, but I don't know. I guess it just doesn't work. Or maybe it's like, oh, how did we do that? Oh, wait. I think we have to do like, we have to be like really fast about it though. Yeah, we have to be like really, really fast with it. Oh dear. Is this like a little? Is this like some sort of like little Easter egg that they had? Oh, I probably shouldn't not have. Wait a minute. Is it? What the hero? Please DM first, no pics. Is he like? Okay, I already imagine what that one is, but okay, we can't click that. We can't click that. We can't click that. Interesting. I didn't know that that was a thing. Okay. I looked back over my shoulder at the mansion resting at the base of the mountains, the distance heat and making it hazy. I really don't want to walk all the way back. Maybe he just took a walk like us and got back. Maybe. My phone buzzes in my hand as I get another response from Leo. No, part of Carl isn't feeling good. Oh, we have to double click it. I think that's why. Yeah, we do have to double click it. I frown. Wait. Okay. That was it. What? It said Carl isn't feeling good, so there's not going to be a party. Oh. TJ looks back at the mansion with me, airing out his shirt with both hands on while he does. As much as it sucked for me to be under the sun, it's always worse for TJ with that thick fur. I copy him, airing out my own shirt, starting to feel a little self-conscious. To feel self-conscious again about my musk. Should we head back? I hope he's okay. I think about all the shitty tension on going back there and grimace. I don't know. We could do something else. TJ appears to think, his hands on his hips. Then his face lightens up. Hey, Dennis's house is right down the road. We can get a head start on the work. Oh, I had almost forgotten about that. While I definitely planned to go, I didn't want to do now under this heat. TJ jumps in place like he's warming up for a game. It'll feel good to do something after sitting around all day. I stare at TJ, absolutely baffled by his enthusiasm. What? I mean, well, first of all, it's work. Second, aren't you worried that she's gonna about how she's gonna be when we get there? I stare down the road at the approximate spot where we'd seen her just an hour ago. She's not there now, obviously, but the memory still sends chills up my spine. Well, I want to make sure that she's okay too. I don't know. We should give her at least a few hours to, well, recover. TJ stops bouncing and rubs his arm. Sorry. I mean, if you don't want to, I can just go. I glare at him. Oh, don't guilt me. I'm not. I just don't want you to be mad at me. I stretch, feeling sweat trickling down the sides of my face. Well, we could wait until evening at least. Ah, yeah. I guess we could do that. The disappointment on TJ's face is so obvious that there's no way that he's doing it on purpose. Okay, so what if she opens the door and she's still got her pants down? TJ blanches. Chase! I'm just saying, that's what could happen. There's no telling what she's on. Janice isn't like that. So maybe she was just having some sort of episode. Everyone's crazy here. All the more reason to check on her. I rub my face. Come on. It's fine. I can just go. TJ folds his arms and leans in closer. Or maybe, she just had to pee. He whispers in the last few words like they're the worst cuss words in the world. I snort and close my eyes. Fine. I wipe the back of my hand across my forehead. But if I have a heat stroke, it's all on you. Oh gosh, don't say that. If you feel dizzy or sick, you're going inside. The thought of sitting inside with Janice while I cool down is almost as unbearable as the thought of manual labor. Still, TJ looks happy, which is worth it, I guess. Well, I gotta say, I didn't expect you two down here this early. We followed the old coyote around the side of the house, weaving through the sagebrush and tumbleweeds. It's a bit hot right now, but if you're feeling up to it... Yeah, we just didn't have much else to do today. Janice, as far as I can tell, has been acting completely normal. I at least expected her to be embarrassed knowing what she had done in front of us. Assuming that she remembered it all. I'm fine with not ever bringing it up again, though, and I'm sure TJ feels the same way. Once we reach the back of Janice's house, I'm amazed to see a pile of tumbleweeds maybe 10 feet high against the house. The pile sticks out another 5 feet from the wall. Whoa. Janice puts her hands on her hips, looking at the mess. Whoa was right. Been a few years since I got him around to do this. Can't see out the back window anymore. Janice chuckles. TJ clasps his hands and smiles. Hey, this won't be that hard at all. I feel like he's saying that for my sake. It's so hot, I just want to lay down and die right here in the dirt. Should be pretty quick, that's why I got another job. The corner of my eye twitches. Janice turns to point out towards her backyard, or at least that's what would be her backyard if there was a fence or something to separate it from the wilderness beyond. See that pile of wood there? She indicates what is indeed a pile of old crumbling wood. Used to be a shed there, been there for God knows how long. You boys mind salvaging the good bits for firewood? Janice turns back to the small shack-like abode that is her house. You can pile it up against the side of the house. I give TJ the dirtiest look while I can while he helplessly tries to keep a smile on for Janice. She shields her eyes against the sun. Wow, it's a real scorcher today. Oh, lemonade made in a few. And with that, Janice heads back into the house, her heavy footsteps crunching through the brush. We're quiet for a few minutes, both staring at the pile of tumbleweeds. She seems okay. I crouch in the dirt, putting my head in my hands. I think she just had an embarrassing moment and acted awkward about it. I do it all the time. I don't say anything. Chase, are you okay? I shake my head silently. Hey, it's not that bad. We can do this. I sigh, deciding whether or not I'm actually going to leave TJ then come back when it's not so hot. That's when I hear running water. I look up to see a grinning TJ standing at the corner of the house, holding up a green hose. Water trickles out the metal capped end. Thought I forgot about you in the water? Remember, every 15 minutes at least. Despite my bad mood, I can't help but smile at his continued enthusiasm. I stand up and walk over to the hose, taking it from TJ and letting the icy water run over my head while he looks on approvingly. I have to keep myself from moaning at how good it feels. Once I'm done, I look back at the pile of tumbleweeds. Okay, so what are we supposed to do with all these? She didn't tell us where to put them. We'll just throw them off to the side. The wind will take care of them. So we set to work. Janice had at least left gloves for us so we didn't have to worry about anything sharp going through our hands. I still get poked through my shirt or even the face if I pull one out awkwardly. TJ, I can't help but notice, is a lot faster than I am. He's working at a quick and steady pace, not even caring at all when a tumbleweed hits him in the face. I get a few more messages from Leo asking where we are. When I tell him, he doesn't reply. Soon enough, I'm sweating buckets, dark circles forming under my arms and around my neck. 10 minutes in and I have to take off my shirt, letting it hang on a rusty metal outcrop under the window. I notice TJ's giving me a sidelong glances after I do. I grin at him. What, enjoying the show? TJ jumps. What? No! TJ quickly looks away again, working faster than ever on the tumbleweeds, which are already half gone at this point. I notice he's got the same sweat stain pattern as I did. Hey, you can take yours off too. It feels really good. TJ stops and pants for a while staring at the rest of the tumbleweeds. I mean, might as well do it now. We still have a ton of wood to move after this. He flicks his ears and I can see him blushing. Are you embarrassed? Don't you shower naked with other dudes at school? Well, yeah, but what? TJ huffs and finally puts his shirt off, forcing a smile as he goes over to hang it up next to mine. I notice that he does it with crossed arms the way that girls do. There, happy? What's with you being all weird about having your shirt off? You were the same way this morning. TJ sighs. I was trying not to make it weird, but you two were just staring at me when I opened the door. I laugh and TJ puts his hands on his hips. Just remember that when we're done, we're going to have to check our torsos for ticks too. Oh yeah, that dampens my spirits. Ah, man, this sucks. TJ pants quietly for a few seconds. It is a little hot. So you admit that this was a bad idea? No, I mean, maybe. But at least we'll have the evening to do something once we finish, right? He smiles at me hopefully. That does brighten my mood up a little. Want to go to the diner? TJ smiles before bending over to the tumbleweeds again. Yeah, sure. I just want to try the. Ah! I jump a foot in the air, almost falling into the tumbleweeds. Ah, go, go, go! TJ's off like a bullet, running away from the pile in my direction. Confused, I jump out of his way, then follow him around the side of the house as I look at where he'd been standing. I don't see anything, but his reaction is enough to get the fur standing up on the back of my neck. TJ comes to a stop towards the front of the house. The hell? What happened? I finally catch up to him, panting under the heat. TJ's gasping too, but probably more out of fear. A tarantula. A reflexive shiver runs up my body and I wring my hands out. No! I'm suddenly very conscious of everything around me, all the little twigs and branches of the sagebrush looking like spiders. Are you sure? Yes! TJ's voice is high-pitched and squeaky as he shakes his hands. He's laughing to himself nervously. I was just reaching down for another one, and when I touched it and moved, it was like a giant freaking spider. TJ must have really freaked out because I rarely hear him ever use that word. We both stand there for a minute, and TJ looks towards the back of the house again, biting his lip. There's something a bit off with the way he's acting, though. Maybe a little over-exaggerated. I narrow my eyes. Is this another prank? Ha! No. TJ looks back at me and shakes his head. His eyes are wide. It was right there. It's probably still there now. Dude, you better not be joking around with me on this. That's gonna make the rest of today so much worse. He shivers again, but I'm still suspicious. TJ could be a good actor when he wanted. It was definitely a tarantula. The front door suddenly opens and Janice pokes her head out. Oh my stars, who are these two handsome young men in my yard? The old coyote comes out looking us up and down, especially TJ. The link notices and grips an arm with one of his hands as if trying to cover up under her gaze. And what's with all that hollering? I frown at the old coyote's forwardness. I look at TJ, but he doesn't say anything. TJ says he saw a tarantula. Janice clasps a paw to the side of her face. I'll be darned. A blonde? Maybe. I've never seen one here before. Well, they're all over around here. You just never see them because they only came out at night. Janice shields her eyes again. This time of day is way too hot for him. It was probably a huntsman. All this talk about spiders has made me want to just walk the fuck back to the motel right now. It wasn't. TJ mumbles next to me, but I don't think that Janice hears him. Just wanted to let you know that I made some lemonade, and I have some cookies in the oven too. TJ forces a smile on his face. Aw, thank you, Janice. She grins at him. You're just the most adorable thing. She moves forward to pinch his cheek ruffs, and somehow he manages to stay smiling while he does it. Finally, Janice bustles back inside as I give TJ a long look. He throws his hands up in the air. I'm not lying! I can see him turning red under his fur, so I leave it for now. We look around for a while, but I don't find any trace of the spider. Getting back to work is difficult, and I keep jumping at the sight of anything long and spindly. Which, when you're clearing out tumbleweeds, is everything. On top of that, I see several small spiders, and every time I do, I jump and run a few steps away before I try to shoo them off. TJ recovers a lot faster, though. And pretty soon, he's tossing out tumbleweeds at the same pace that he was earlier. This makes me even more suspicious. Anyway, it's not a bad sight. TJ's way more simple. TJ's way more in shape than I am, the tight muscles in his back easily standing out and gliding under his fur. I catch myself staring several times, and I'm pretty sure that he does too. Once we're finished, I have to straighten up, pushing my hands into my lower back to make it crack. Sore? A little bit. TJ tosses one of the last tumbleweeds before walking up to my side. Does it always hurt? He puts a hand on my lower back and starts sliding it around. Not really, just when I'm bending over and stuff. He's quiet for a moment, teasing through the fur on my back. I start to blush, but that's when he applies some pressure to a muscle. I grimace and arch. Wow, that's stiff! I hiss and try to rise away, but he puts a hand on my shoulder to hold me in place. He giggles. Hold still for a second. Well, when you dig it in like that, that's because you're all tensed up. Just relax. I try to do as he says, even though it's extremely uncomfortable. So, otters are known for having bad backs. I know, my dad can barely move these days. Ah, that's terrible. I shrug. He still gets around, just needs pain meds, which you don't want to have to rely on. My shoulder bumps TJ's chest and his long whiskers brush my ear. It's the short legs and long back. Rude. You have to bend over more than most of us. Keep a good posture and lift heavy things with your knees. His fingers dance a bit lower before pulling back. You'll thank yourself 20 years from now when you're not in constant pain. I put my hands on my back, feeling warm and a lot more loose. Hey, I actually do feel a little better. That's great. I'm impressed with how much TJ knows about otters. Probably knows the same amount about all the other species too. You know, you're really smart. TJ ducks his head modestly. Oh, I'm just repeating what I've learned. I mean, I forget everything I learned within a week. I do too, sometimes. Just have to keep studying until it sticks. TJ looks around. Actually, I really wish you could lay down somewhere. Then I could give you a real massage. That would be amazing. I could give you one tonight when we're back in the motel. You sure? The thought has me feeling warm, and not just in my back. Of course, I mean, I did sort of drag you out here. Don't worry about it. It's actually kind of nice. I haven't done work in like a few years. TJ smiles back at me. It is, isn't it? He leans back and stretches as I have to force myself not to stare at his arching torso. I think that's it for the tumbleweeds, though. I look at the little oh, I look at the little forlornly at the pile, a little forlornly at the pile of boards. TJ follows my gaze and gives me a sympathetic smile. Remember, with the knees. TJ says brightly as he marches over to the pile. We find out pretty quickly that while there aren't any tarantulas, the ruins of the shed are infested with spiders. Several, black widows, because those are actually dangerous compared to blondes. TJ goes in to ask Janice for bug spray. Yeah, you always want to use your knees whenever you're picking up anything heavy. Because if you just pull with your back, then you're gonna mess up your back. I go back to water myself again with the hose, letting the freezing water run down the sides of my head and off my snout. Fucking spiders, fucking everywhere. I shiver again. I've been uptight ever since TJ had faked seeing that tarantula. I stand back up, letting that water run down my back and front, sighing at how good it feels. I hear the front door open and shut at the sound of TJ's footsteps coming around the house. Looking back at still running hose in my hand, I smirk. TJ did start this little prank war, so I don't feel too bad for what I'm about to do. I press myself up against the side of the house, making sure there aren't any spiders first. The second I see the lynx's foot stick out of the corner, I swing the hose up. My original intention had been to wet the front of his pants so it looked like he had pissed himself. Unfortunately, he's too far away from the house. Instead, he's staring at me while an arch of water falls short of him by a good 3 feet. He's holding stuff, but I don't take the time to see what it is before I press my thumb to the opening of the hose and send it straight into TJ's face. TJ, TJ gasps like he just fell into ice water and stumbles back, almost tripping. I laugh. Chase, what the heck? I finally cut the stream of water, revealing a furiously blinking and dripping lynx. One hand is a broom and the other is a plate of what probably used to be cookies. They look kind of mushy now. Aw, crap. TJ drops the broom to examine his plate of cookies. He tips it to the side and lets a stream of murky, crumb-filled water slosh out from the plate. Oh, they smelled so good too. Hey REJ, how's it going? Welcome back to the Blep Squad, or the Blep Pack. We actually might end in a few here, because we've been at it for a while. Well, the ones on top aren't so bad, just a little soggy. TJ wrinkles his nose. Just throw them out into the desert. I feel bad if Janice saw. TJ's theme is TJ's theme. Everyone takes it all in because it's a lot. Is this literally like the only time that it's used? I pick up a cookie and take a bite. It's a bit soggy on the surface, but it's warm and gooey in the center. TJ looks up at me in horror. Chase! What? This tastes freaking amazing. Quit being so uptight and take a bite. I take another. Stop! What if that's irrigation water? That makes me pause for a second, but I shrug. I swallowed water all the time when I swam in the lake. I wonder right after I say that I should be mentioning the lake all around TJ, but he just shakes his head, making his way around me. If you start throwing up tonight, then we'll know why. But I'll have you take care of me, doctor. I don't know much about actually being sick. He watches me anxiously as I take another bite. Still, it really is good. I point at the broom in the dirt. What's with the broom? TJ bends down to pick it up. Janice didn't have any bug spray, so she said to brush it off with the boards with this. I groan. I was thinking you could do the brushing, and I'll do the lifting since your back is sore. I groaned. Ugh. Don't worry, Janice says if we get bit to let her know so she can take us to the hospital. Comforting. Yeah, listen, I'm sorry about all this. I didn't know it was gonna be so tough on you. I swallowed guiltily. I'm mostly joking. It's really just how spidery it is. That's the worst part. I'll buy it at the diner when we're finished, okay? I smile at him. I'm not hurting for money at all, but I know it'll make TJ feel better if I let him. Alright, that's a deal. It's afternoon at this point. The sun is low enough that Okay, hold on. That was a really clean transition. That was really clean. The sun is low enough that Janice's house is casting a shadow across the backyard. Of course, that shadow is a good few feet away from where we're working. I set to work trying to sweep away spiders, the egg sacs, and all kinds of other bugs while TJ grabs the big boards and drags them across the yard. I'm pretty bad at it, trying to not yelp while I jerk the end of the broom back and forth like an idiot. TJ tells me several times I can sit it out, but I feel way too guilty if I did. At one point, I almost flicked a spider into TJ, which sent him screaming. But several apologies and nervous laughs later, we're back at it. It takes a lot longer than it should, mainly because of all the sweeping I'm doing, but a few hours later, we're down to the last few boards. Most of what's left is rotting, crumbling wood. TJ wipes a hand across his forehead. Well, I'd say this is the last one. I give the board a cursory brush, happen to not see any spiders on this one. Hey, I was thinking, do you want to go on another hike tomorrow? We can invite the others to go with us. TJ looks up at me. You sure? I thought you didn't like it. Again, I complain a lot, but I had fun. TJ smiles. Well, alright. That'd be awesome. He's grinning now, and that makes me feel even better. Alright, let's get this done and we can get into the diner and plan it out. Sounds like a plan. With that, TJ flips the board and reveals a massive tarantula. Beady black eyes reflect the sun, and soon I'm almost blinded by it. They bore into me and the spider turns slowly, crab-like on its legs so it can face me. My stomach turns and the ground tilts. I feel like I'm falling off the edge of the world. I grab for something, anything, but all there is air around me and I fall into darkness. Just count when the shoulders are down, alright? I feel like water's rushing through my ears and I have to widen my stance to keep from falling. Are you listening? Huh? Chase! What? I try to focus on the kid in front of me. This is the first time we see him. Did you die or something? I don't know, I was just thinking of something else. You're dumb. You're dumb. I don't feel good. Toby stands there with his arms around his stomach, his ears are down. Quit being a baby, Toby, just one more round. I don't want... Go! Sydney grabs Toby by the shoulders and sticks a leg out behind his legs. TJ is easily tripped and goes down on his back in the dirt. I get the feeling that the lynx is purposely losing so he can be done with it. Sydney doesn't like that and tries to pull TJ back up before rolling the lynx onto his stomach. He yanks on Toby's... Ow! Yeah, ow! I step closer. Okay, Sydney wins. I raise a hand and point it at Sydney, just wanting this to stop. Sydney keeps going and grabs his shirt that he'd thrown on the ground earlier and wraps it around Toby's neck. Sydney! Hardcore rules. It's all legal. Come on. Toby grabs at his neck and his eyes widen as Sydney leans back, pulling Toby's head back with it. The lynx's arms flail around, his mouth is wide open. I stand there confused. Is it okay if it's not against the rules? Sydney laughs and he leans even further back, looking excited and happy. Toby stares at me with wide bulging eyes. Stop! I reach forward and grab onto TJ. Chase! Chase, hey, can you hear me? TJ's looking down at me with his wide blue eyes. Toby? What? I blink up at him, feeling sick. TJ feels my head, then stands up and starts pulling me along the ground. What are you... Gotta get you inside. He grunts as he pulls me in, and that's when my stomach lurches and I roll over and vomit up some of the cookies. Oh, crap, crap! I can hear TJ starting to panic, so I grab at him. I have to cough and spit several times before I can speak. No, I'm fine. Don't freak out. No, you're not. Can you stand up? Yeah, I'm good. I get up on wobbly but stable enough legs. TJ puts an arm around me. We're calling an ambulance once we get inside. No, I'm alright. No, you're not alright. This is serious. He starts limping me towards the front of the house. I should have been keeping an eye on you. TJ's voice cracks and I stop him. Hey, look at me. I'm okay. I look at him in the eyes and I see tears threatening to spill over. Just really hungry and I stood up too fast. Then I got dizzy. TJ looks back at me, studying my face. Just don't call an ambulance for me. Not yet, at least. I force a laugh. Definitely can't afford that right now. TJ's quiet for a moment and starts pulling me to the front again. We're getting you inside at least. I should have never had you work under this heat. I'm just tired. We should get to the motel instead. Inside, now, just in case. Janice is happy to let us sit on the couch for a while drinking lemonade. TJ doesn't tell her what happened, but he glances at me every now and then, as if worried I'm gonna faceplant off the couch. I feel a little bit dizzy, but otherwise fine. I keep thinking back to that tarantula, but TJ hasn't said anything about it, so I decided not to bring it up yet. Meanwhile, TJ is making awkward conversation with Janice. I lean my head back, hungry and tired. Mainly it's the wood chop, and that'll be the hard part. My back isn't nearly as good as it once was. Ah, yeah, I imagine. I guess I was hoping I'd get a little more help. Oh, if you don't mind, of course. I lift my head from the couch to look at TJ. I got tomorrow off as well, and I'll be free to show you what you need to be done if you're willing. TJ's stuck with his mouth open, then he smiles. Of course! I frown. Janice beams at him. You're just a little lifesaver, Tobias. No problem, ma'am. So proper, too. TJ avoids making eye contact with me, a smile plastered to his face all the while. Janice suddenly turns her gaze on me, and I'm forced to wipe the glare off my face. How are those cookies? Oh, good. Very good. Huh, TJ? TJ, still smiling, gives a curt nod. Good, good. And my secret recipe. She winks at me, and I feel a little comfortable because the smile doesn't touch her eyes. It's a little short walk to the diner, and I berate TJ the entire way. I'm sorry, she just sort of pushed it on me. You can always say no. Hi, Box. How's it going? The dumb leper welcomes you. How's it going, buddy? Or at least he had other plans. TJ stays quiet as I push open the door to the diner. I was kind of looking forward to hanging out again. TJ keeps quiet as we sit down, so I give up and just lean my head back again, eyes closed. It's quiet for a few minutes before TJ finally speaks up. How are you feeling? I rub my eyes gently, a headache now replacing the dizziness I had felt earlier. Ugh, tired. My head hurts. I really shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry. Stop apologizing, please. It's fine. It wasn't the heat. TJ frowns and sits back, looking out the window at the sunset. Sorry, I'm not mad. I just don't want to see you beat yourself up over it, you know? I don't tell him that his constant fretting and apologizing is grating on my headache. Well, no. Make sure you try to eat. You just might need energy. Here's hoping. At that moment, a young stag that I vaguely recognize comes up to our table. It's weird seeing someone so young and fresh in Janice's position. Once he gets to our table, though, his eyes light up. Teach? TJ sits up suddenly, a big grin spreading across his face. Hey, Julian! Julian? Oh my gosh. Hello? You know who would definitely like this? You know who would love this character is my buddy Looney. He would definitely love this character. He's bigger and so are his antlers. I barely recognize him. And Chase too? What in the world are you two doing here? Visiting. I didn't know you had a job here. Ned Flanders. No! We just met him! Dude. We just met him. Be nice. Not really, but it pays some of the bills. At that point, I phase out some of the conversation, letting the two of them catch up. TJ had a lot of friends in high school. He'd been technically popular. He's the worst side character in the game. I'll have to see that for myself then. It's a good few minutes before the stag finally takes in our orders. How long is this day? Holy crap. I was thinking like maybe we could like end on like when we go to the next day. Once Julian bustles off to another table, TJ grins at me. Ah, man, it's good to see him again. He plays an interesting role. Alright. Yeah, that's cool. With the stag gone, the awkward silence quickly closes in on us again. I'm too tired to do much about it, though. It's almost done? Okay, yeah, because speaking of food, I am actually really hungry. I lean my head back again, slowly closing my eyes, feeling like I might fall asleep right there. So, I open them and see TJ looking at me before he quickly looks away again. What? Uh, he fiddles with a stack of napkins. You called me Toby earlier. Did I? But I remember even as I say it. Yeah. TJ forces a laugh. It's been a year since you called me that. Yeah. We were quiet for a moment. So, why did you call me that? I don't know. Guess I was just being a little loopy after passing out. Ah, I am carefully. Do you mind if I call you that? Uh, TJ is fine. So yes. I study TJ, the way he's sort of hunched in on himself and his ears are twitching. But are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I go back and forth between deciding if I should bring up the whole Flynn incident or not. Despite his best efforts, TJ isn't fooling anyone that he's not bothered by what just happened. Of course, he would be. Do you want to talk about what happened on Monday? TJ's quiet and I kick myself. I've given a little more time to think of what I'm going to say next as Julian brings our food and strikes up another conversation. TJ again is able to easily slip in a smile and chat away with the stag. The smell of burger has my mouth watering and it's incredible when I take a bite. It's striking how easy it is for TJ to just put on a smile and act cheerful. It makes me wonder how much of it is actually genuine. I'm almost halfway done with my burger by the time Julian is angrily called back to the kitchen by the cook. TJ goes quiet again and starts plucking at his salad. I swallow and set down the burger, my stomach turning into a bit of what I'm planning to say. I was thinking about this before we got here. About what? That maybe we could use the time we have here to remember what happened, to find. TJ finally looks at me, and the sadness I see in his eyes makes my heart plummet. You know, just to find closure. TJ's quiet, staring at his salad. I don't know, man. I just know how bad it is for you still, and I don't want to figure out how we can. Oh wait, I just want to. Why do I keep reading? Ugh. I search for the right words. You know, be at peace with it. TJ's still quiet. I don't know, man. I finally say and slump in my booth, feeling like I ruined the evening. How would we do that? His tone is shaky, but genuinely curious. I don't know. Talk about it with the others. Not Flynn, just the others. TJ looks out the window again. Maybe even go to the lake, talk about it there. I don't know. I almost choke on the word lake and still worried about saying it in front of TJ. Maybe. Maybe? TJ sighs and finally looks at me with a small smile. Maybe, but right now I just want to hang out with you and have a good time, okay? Okay. So stop being so angry. It's making me sad. I pick up my burger, my stomach loosening up enough that I feel like I can eat again. Sorry, I was just looking forward to it. And stop apologizing. He says it with a smirk, and then almost immediately frowns. I mean, sorry, that was rude. I laugh at him and he smiles back. I take another bite and I look out the window. I feel a lot better now, and I'm pretty sure I only passed out because I didn't have any food in me. By the way, did you ever see that tarantula again after you first saw it? TJ shudders. Ugh, no, thank goodness. I look out the window at the brilliant sunset. Ah, that's good. That's a really nice little scene. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save right here. Let's see, we're in slot 4, I think, yeah. Oh wait. So yeah, I am starting to get really heckin' hungry. So I'm gonna end it here, but boy, these past 4 hours have really been an adventure. So, as per usual, we're gonna find someone to raid, and I'm gonna have the echo theme just playing in the back as we're ending. We're finding someone to raid. Uh, but let's see. Who should we go and see? see. Oh, you know what? I actually do think I know who I want to go and see. But before that, I gotta advertise. We do have a server up and running. So if you guys would like to know when exactly I'm going to be streaming, that also includes Echo. Uh, you know, my notifications will go off there, and you know, you get to talk with me. You get to talk with the rest of the community there, and yeah, it's been real, you guys. It's been a lot of fun. Oh shoot. Uh, let's see. He's actually not here at the moment. Hmm. All right, but yeah. Uh, Actually, you know what? I think we might raid someone else because Thorn isn't really here. Let's see. Um, see, I already raided Sage last time. You know what? I'm gonna go say hi to Varric because I have not seen him in such a long time. So yeah, we're gonna be going ahead and saying hello to Varric. He's an amazing being too, I should say. And this is gonna be our raid message here. So yeah, again, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. These last 4 hours again have been incredible. And we might move, we might do like another game some other day, but we definitely will have to continue on Echo at some point. I'm thinking maybe we can go back to Winds of Change, or you know, actually no, I want to go back to some of the other games that I recently bought from the Steam Summer Sale. Journey is definitely one game that I want to go ahead and explore. So yeah, again, bye bye everyone. This is Spitfire. It's been real. Peace.